This is a quick testing.
So thank you everyone for joining us on the Ortelius Visionary 2020.
Hello, hello, hello.
Are we alone in the universe? This evidence suggests we aren't. Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 UFOs caught on camera. For this list, we're looking at the most famous, argued about, and unusual videos of unidentified flying objects. If you like what you're hearing, be sure to check out the full song at the link below. Keep watching the stars. Something is bound to happen eventually.
Hey there. No, can't hear you.
Just a second.
There I got you now. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, this was like a lot of work. I'm getting crazy, like with 3 computers to make this work. Well, at the end, I'm doing a virtual webcam with the OBS and sending all my audio to my webcam as microphone.
Okay.
It's a really weird thing. Okay.
Yeah.
But this conversation, I want to check that you can hear me. And yeah, I think he's sending the audio to the. I wanted to check it out that the audio sent to the stream too. So I'm hearing me in the stream right now.
Okay. Yeah, I
like,
could kind of.
pretty much.
Yeah, let me go over there.
Okay, so I think that was like you can hear me in the Zoom meeting, and I can hear myself or all the audio in the stream too. So I think we are good.
Yep. I got you. I can hear you on Twitch as well.
Yes, so we're pretty much live right now.
Cool.
It's already there. We only have like 15 minutes, so
Yeah.
let's prepare ourselves to this. Okay, I'm going to do a little break before we start. So
Yeah,
I think
and I'm going to
to
try to get logged into Twitch under my user ID. For some reason, it wants me to log in as Ortelius. Oh, I see.
Yeah, by default, probably you are.
Yeah, it's my default. All right. Let me see if I can.
Okay, so
We'll take a break. All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Please don't.
I got donuts. I got donuts.
Oh my God. For me, has been a so long night and morning.
Oh, poor you. Poor you.
Okay, so we are already starting. We have left 1 minute, but we are going to start our scene to see your faces and start with this. So let's get it started.
I am going to bring up my PowerPoint. It was a late night for us too.
You're really? What happened?
Oh, I just had to pull this stuff together and get badges sent out and all kinds of fun stuff like that.
You're right. Meanwhile, I was like doing setup here. I remember to receive the email and I saw like, oh, Tracy's like in the same spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so our countdown is finished and we are starting. All right, people, we are live. We are already
Recording
hearing
in progress.
ourselves, but right now we are live. Remember, we are on Twitch, we are on YouTube, and we are on LinkedIn. I already sent the links on Discord channel. I will be sending here to shout out, to send to everywhere. Just share, use the chat. We are going to be mainly in Twitch chat. So let's go ahead, and Tracy, it's all yours.
All righty. Well, I'm waiting for my partner in crime. He went to go get another donut, I think. So I don't know where Steve went off to. But we will get started with beer and donuts. Welcome, everybody. If you want to share your, go ahead and put yourself on video. That works. We love to see your smiley faces because it makes it more fun just to see everybody. We are doing beer and donuts. So anybody can have any discussion they want. I'm going to go through kind of where we are, what we've done over the course of the last 6 months. We always do a 6-month kind of checkpoint, and that's what beer and donuts is all about. We also do, as we know, presentations that we're going to be hosting that will be on Twitch, as Sergio indicated. And those presentations have all been pre-recorded. As soon as this is over, we will start using that content over the course of the next 6 months to drive more traffic to our website. And that brings me to a point that I forgot to put my, I bet you guys can hear me better now, huh?
I a lot better, but I didn't realize that you haven't.
My microphone was sitting on my desk. All right, let's get started to see where we're at right now. All right, so here's our accomplishments. We have now 602 LinkedIn followers, which is pretty amazing. We have 250 Google group members. So when we send out an email, it's now going out to 250 members. And we have 67 committers. So we have definitely defined a pretty awesome growing community. The community continues to grow. I can say what we haven't done as well is these 67, even though we have 67 committers, we need more activity around pull request. And when Steve gets back, I think I'll have him talk about that just for a minute. You know, it's always good to talk about what you did well, as well as where areas that we need to improve on. Outreach is doing really, really well. Syme has really taken this project on and has done a great job of the podcast in particular. We had 4 podcasts this year so far, which is great because this is only month 5. The podcasts are getting out there depending on who it is. People are starting to pick it up and watch the podcast. We have Brad Mccoy is doing a presentation in Valencia at the CD events. I'm doing a presentation at Supply Chain Security Con. I'm doing one at JFrog. I'm doing one with Tricentis, and I'm also doing one at CD Con. So we are getting the Ortelius message out through some of these activities. So if you've been part of one, I think my suggestion here in this area is we need more of you to be brave to submit for doing these talks. Some of you are really, really good presenters, and I've noticed that you're a little hesitant to submit to a DevOps world. I think we all have to be a little more brave. We need a little bit more of Arvin's approach. Arvin always puts his self out there, and I'm always so proud of him when he does. So some of the work that we've done on the product, just because some of you are not on the architecture meeting, so just some areas that we have focused on. So we've really focused on solving some of the problems around supply chain. One of the problems that we started hearing about that we were able to add as a feature into Ortelius is this aggregation of SBOM information up to the application level. So if you are in a microservice if you're pursuing microservices, every microservice has their own SBOM. In the US now, there is basically a executive order that says if you do business with the government, you need to be able to produce an application level SBOM. So what we did was we started aggregating that data up. So now at the application level, you can view an SBOM, and you can view all the vulnerabilities based on all of the underlying microservices. We're the only ones right now that is capable of producing this in the catalog, so it's an area that we should be super proud of. Now, on that same note, we added package searches across all applications. So you can submit this. When I ran this search, I just said everything, show me every package I'm using. But you could put in here, for example, log4j, and you could see every application that's consuming log4j, and you could see what version of the application it is, what component is using it, and what version of the package it's using. So now we're starting to take the intelligence around this DevOps gathering and starting to use it to produce important kind of reports. This is another one. If you're in a microservices environment and you want to know every service that's that has a vulnerability because an open source package has been reported to have a vulnerability, it's hard to find this information. So now we're producing it. We are in the final round for $75K funding for our blockchain proof of concept. And I am going to ask Steve to talk about just quickly what we are up to in terms of how blockchain fits into this puzzle.
Yeah, so we have the proposal out there if you want to look at it. It's going to be in, there's a repo out there around the blockchain ledger. So one of the things that blockchain has is this transparency ledger. So every time you do something, you get an immutable ledger entry that goes, on forever. It's immutable. It's going to give us the history, and that fits perfectly into our concept of component versions and application versions. So what we're planning to do with the XRPR ledger is be able to store a component version, the JSON definition for a component version on the blockchain, and then in the ledger, and then doing the same thing for an application version, and storing that JSON definition on the blockchain ledger as well. This gives us an immutable view of what those versions look like, and it's going to fit well into the supply chain concept, because everything in the supply chain, people are trying to make it immutable, so you can make sure that nobody's messing with your applications and stuff. And this is where we can use that information, that immutable information, to drive different reports, drift, those type of things. So the actual implementation is going to be in using XRPL and NFTs, which is non-fungible tokens, as part of the backing place. So that's what's kind of happening on that front. Just a shout out to Ukarsh and Joseph that did a lot of work around this and help us move it along so we can actually get the Ripple folks to look at our code base and stuff like that. So been a big help on that front. So that's just basically what we got going on with the blockchain.
So Steve, tell us, when you talk about the application configuration, is that all the data associated to one version of an application, including its vulnerabilities, its SBOM, its locations of its inventory?
That is most of the information will be stored at in the ledger, but things like the vulnerabilities will probably point to the vulnerability database, because you can have vulnerabilities that get added. So let's say you have a component version out there, it has 2 vulnerabilities, and then somebody finds a new one today. Because the blockchain is immutable, we wouldn't be able to go back and update that to say that there's 3 vulnerabilities now. But we would be able to make that association in real time to the vulnerability database and show that there's now three vulnerabilities when yesterday there were 2.
I see, but the bill of material would be immutable.
Yes, yeah.
And I think that's probably, yeah.
The SBOMs have to be immutable because you want to know what that component and application looked like at that point in time. And when we get into SBOMs, I think I'll talk about this a little bit later. The software bill of material reports, there's just not one of them. There's a bunch of little ones that are scattered about that need to be pulled together. So if you think about, you know, you have to know like what operating system or what hardware the binary is built on. Was it built on an ARM or an AMD processor? Because that'll change how the output of the program is. What version of the operating system, what patches were on the operating system for the compiler. All that information needs to be stored, and that's going to come through as different SBOMs that we will go through and aggregate together and throw on the blockchain.
So if any of you are curious and want to know more about SBOM, Steve did write a really interesting blog out on the Deploy Hub site. Steve, you want to pull that up and maybe put it in the chat?
Yep.
And some of you may know, but I was elected to the board of the OpenSSF as the general member for the community. So we got invited to go to Washington, D.C. last week, and we've been on a what they call one of the streams for better securing open source software. And the stream that we're on is called SBOMs, SBOMs Everywhere. And one of the areas that we saw as a problem is the accessibility of SBOMs and the use of it, because we have the ability to generate SBOMs now, but nobody really uses them. People are starting to think about applying them in some way, but not really. So this was some of the motivation in making sure that we are exposing SBOMs and associating them to an application version, and then figuring out a way using blockchain to make them immutable. So that's kind of the genesis of this particular avenue that we're taking and building out a blockchain to audit logical application configurations. All right, and then just one other topic on this. Sasha started a crowdfund in the Linux Foundation tools kind of dashboard. So if we do get the funding, it will be funded, that money will go to Ortelius and managed by the Linux Foundation through their crowdfunding platform, I guess you'd call it. So that's where the money would end up going, and we would use it to help pay some of the developers who've been working on the blockchain effort for their work. So it would be probably a short kind of burst, because it's really a POC, but this gives us some funding to actually pay some of the people who've been working on this. All right, and on that note, let's talk about badges. Some of you may have gotten a badge over the period of the evening. Let's just go over some of the folks. Mark Eisenberg, he got a badge at the ambassador bronze level. He did a podcast for us. We have four new speakers. We have Turja, Miklos, Pavin, and Pia. They are our first-time speakers at the summit today, so you will be able to hear some of their talks. All of them have come to us from different individuals. Siddharth has been great to recruit a couple of the folks from NatWest, and I have heard their presentations and they're excellent. So I've heard everybody's presentation, but I'm super excited to have some of the folks from NatWest contributing. Sometimes, contributing in this way is important to kind of get your profile improved. So let's say you want to present a talk at KubeCon or any of the Linux Foundation events or a DevOps World. They will often ask you for recorded versions of your presentations. In the past, this was really hard. This was a barrier that I struggled with because I would do presentations, but they wouldn't record all the presentations. They'd only record some of the keynotes. So I wouldn't have good material to put out there until I started getting recorded. And then I had that material and then I started getting invited. So if you have never done a presentation, these every 6-month events, they're a lot of work for us to put together. They're fun. We have Sergio to thank for really pulling all of this information together and building the platform to present it. But it gives you the opportunity to get your name back out there in terms of doing presentations. And that's one of the main reasons why we do it, is so that the community has a platform to kick off their outreach careers. Next is, where's my arrow? Okay, so we have some folks who are climbing up the ladder in terms of our badges. Brad Mccoy, he has reached champion level, and so in bronze, he already had bronze and ambassador. So now he is now one of our legends. So he has now received a bronze in at the legend category. For those of you who may not know how we have this structured, we have 3 categories that you can earn badges in. We have ambassadors, who are our outreach group. So anybody who participated, for example, on today's presentations are part of the ambassadors. We have the people who do the coding, like Utkarsh, and they are what we call champions. Now, if you're doing both coding and you're doing work on outreach, we call you a legend, because that takes a lot of work. So to reach the legend status is pretty fun. So Brad has reached legend status, as well as Brian Dawson and Utkarsh. So they're all at the bronze level in legend, which means that they've done work at the bronze or silver level for champion and ambassadors. Syme has reached a silver level for ambassador. He has done a great job with building out the outreach community. He continues to really push that podcast. And that is super important because he's doing it on a monthly basis. So we're starting to get kind of repeat business. And he has been able to recruit some very interesting folks for doing that. And then we have our superstar for this time, which is Sergio. He has achieved silver legend. Sergio has both worked on pull request as well as pull this together. And he's done this now. I think this is his 3rd effort in pulling this together. So we all should be giving him a big hooray, because it's not easy. It's not easy to do. I think I forgot. Let me see. I think I might have forgotten. Yes, I did. I forgot Victor Farsic. He has also received he's at the ambassador bronze level for participating in a podcast. So anybody who participated in a podcast over the course of the last 5 months also got a bronze badge. All right, now we are actually, I say head to Twitch, but we're not going to do that quite yet. When we first put this together, we thought about doing a panel. And we didn't really know what kind of panel discussion we were going to be having. So we decided to really talk about why we created a microservice catalog in the first place. And Sasha is going to lead that discussion. So we're going to, for the next, 15, 20 minutes, we're really going to talk about the genesis of a microservice catalog, because we want to use this opportunity to do some, I would call, missionary work, so that all of you who have been here and are working on this can really understand how we came up with this idea and why we continue pursuing it and why we continue to believe it's an important part of the DevOps tool chain and the supply chain solution. So Sasha, I'm going to hand it off to you. By the way, Sasha, I love your jacket. It must be a van. It must be a Vans jacket. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, it's at least hopefully I finished every time. It's like my finishing jacket, like finishing the race.
Yeah, exactly. It's your finishing jacket.
Guys, I must say I forgot about this part of the.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You got the link to the questions?
Yeah, can you send it to me? Sorry, guys. Just being honest, yeah, I totally forgot about this part.
It's okay. Honesty is important.
Tracy, you got the link?
No, not right here.
Oh, give me 1 second. Eat your beer. Eat your beer and drink your donuts.
Yes, exactly.
Drink my donuts.
That's
That's what I love when we involve with Sasha, because it's always a surprise. You never stop surprising me, friend. You never. Don't worry. You are the best. I was wrestling with my videos. I think I did about 600 times. I must have felt like 600 times. Stop, record, and then I would mess it up. Yes, it was tough.
And this is part of the lesson, right? In doing this, you get you get better at it. The more you do it, the better you get at it. Brian Dawson, I saw that he joined. Brian, could you say something about that? Because you've been doing presentations for a long time, and this Visionary Summit is really part of educating and providing everyone a platform to learn to present. Why don't you give us some wisdom on it?
Wow. At 8 a.m. wisdom, that I am a little short of, but no, I think you have the point. It really is, practice makes perfect. I myself have, was kind of just thrust into a presenting role at one of our game developer conferences when I was younger. I was deathly shy. I don't think I had established really a good cadence. I was nervous going into every presentation. I would say for the first 4 or 5 years of my career, up to presenting to an audience of 2,000 people live. But what worked for me again is just to continue to push through it, continue to push through the nervousness, encounter different situations, screw up in different places. Learn what I can learn, but also realize that no matter what, the sky wasn't going to fall. I don't know, Tracy, exactly if that's what you're looking for, but that's sort of what my journey has been, right?
So when the catalyst for me and being able to get to do talks was DevOps World.
Oh, wow.
Okay. DevOps World was the first conference I went to that they actually did a recording for every session. Nobody else until then that I had no other presentation that I had done that for us. So I was able to then, once I had that done that presentation for DevOps World, I used that to apply for other speaking engagements. So I have CloudBeast to thank for my opportunity to be able to speak, because it was really hard. I still have not been accepted at KubeCon yet. look forward to that.
I know
day.
we're jealous of Simon.
Time got in there. I've not achieved that yet, and I continue to try. I submitted recently for KubeCon in October, so we'll see what happens. But I get accepted in so many others, and it's because I had that one opportunity to have my presentation recorded, and then people see that I actually could present. So if you're a good presenter, we're going to capture it, and you can use it.
Yeah, that was one thing. You know, when everything was in person for trade shows, nobody recorded anything.
Yeah.
And none of, you know, all that knowledge was just kept in those conference rooms for a couple of days, and then you went home and it all was lost, which was a shame. And nowadays, with folks recording stuff and pushing it out, I think we're getting information out to a wider group, which is great.
Yeah.
Sasha, you're up.
You're up.
Thanks, guys, for backing me there, because I kind of missed that one. Thanks. Okay, so I've got the questions up here. And the first question is going to Tracy. Where did the concept of Ortelius come from?
So sometimes you stumble into, you kind of, I call it Forrest Gumping your way into a new idea. But if you think about our history in terms of where Deploy Hub came from, we in a previous company called OpenMake Software were really into builds, software compiled and links. That's all we thought about all the time, was how to make the build faster, how to make it more accurate, how to control it, how to tighten it, how to make sure you didn't have debug flags running in a production environment. Well, when you really think about what that is, it's really a big, giant dependency management process. And when we started down this road, we built out a product called Meister, and Meister was resold by Computer Associates, now Broadcom, and it went out to, it was being consumed by about 400 different companies to manage their compile and link process. And then they started using it to do deployments, which it never was intended to do. And they were just using our workflow engine to do deployments. But when they started asking us to do deployments, we didn't see the world in terms of a monolith, even at that point in time. We saw the world in terms of individual components and the ability for each individual component to have its own deployment logic, because it was this, that's how we saw the world in terms of how something was compiled. Not everything uses the same compiler in a monolith application. You may have a resource compiler and you have a regular compiler. So every object had its own thing, right? It's had its own way of doing things. When we started looking at how we were shifting from monolith to microservices, we started understanding something really important. And that was, we lose the logical application, which means that we don't have a way to control dependencies as they're moving across the life cycle in the same way as we did if a new library was updated in Git, and now you recompile every application that uses that, statically linking it and pushing it out to production. So how do you solve that problem? And that's really where we started thinking about how to build out a component-driven release process. And that's really how we thought about it, a component-driven release process. And Phil Gibbs, who wrote some of the back end, started understanding that it wasn't just a component-driven release process, but we needed to version it. We needed to understand the versions in order to be able to do incremental releases. And when you think about a microservice world, every microservice is independently deployed. So we are always doing incremental releases. So you pull all that together and you step back and you say, how do you solve it? And you begin thinking about things like service catalogs and how a service catalog solved the problem for enterprises for managing the bigger applications that an enterprise would use, and how to centralize where those bigger applications or those bigger services were, like what version of Oracle should we download if we're going to stand up a new environment. That same logic applies to microservices with some changes. And one of those changes is how to manage the logical application. So that was the beginning of how we started thinking about solving the problem of tracking our North Star, which is always going to be a logical application, what are the components that are that's being consumed by that logical application, and how do you track the version and changes over time? Which is why we're still thinking about SBOMs, because it's the essence of everything that we have always done from the beginning of our career in terms of tracking changes. It's a configuration management problem that we're solving, but that term now is called supply chain management. So basically, it's the same thing, just in a new angle.
Oh, super great. I also remember having my first conversation with you when you said you have a passion for mapping, well, cartography, right?
Yep.
And that's where Ortelius stems from, right? And it kind of makes complete sense how Ortelius maps microservices. That's really cool how that whole thing fits together.
And by the way, that's why we do this celebration on May 20th. It's because May 20th is the date that Abraham Ortelius released his first world atlas. And in essence, if you think about what the Ortelius catalog is, it is a map of every microservice, who's consuming it, where it's running, what cluster. So we're literally mapping out a cluster with Ortelius.
Yeah, it's always stuck with me because it presents such a visual, right? It gives you such a visual of what it does and helps you understand what Ortelius is. Great, thank you very much. Steve, you have the next question.
All right.
Can you give us a high-level review of how Ortelius does its versioning at both the component and application level?
Yeah, so like Tracy was saying, one of the things that we recognized is we needed to represent deployable objects as components. And to dive in a little more, we needed to look at the versions of those components, because you could have one version in production that's different than the version that's in QA, that's different than the version that's in development. So we needed to have that versioning aspect to Ortelius, and that allowed us to really look at how things change over time. Now, the next thing that we recognized was that you needed to package together those component versions into something that you can represent at the application level. You could also think of an application. We've been toying with this for years, is whether we stick with the application, go to project or solution, or however you want to think of it. But there's going to be the next higher level where we package those component versions into an application version. And that's where, because we have that logical application version, we can actually diff, what components change between production and what's in the pre-prod environment. So the SREs can see what type of impact they're going to get when they roll this out. So that was one of the key things that we put into Ortelius. Now, one of the challenges that we're kind of having, but I think is going to work out, is we're recognizing like Docker images, which we consider a component version, have packages within them. So we actually have components within components. Right now, the terminology that I've been using is just those are packages, and because you have like an npm package, you may have like a Python module. There's some terminology, but we're sticking with the generic package. So a component version is made up of package versions at that level. So that's kind of like where the SBOM comes in. We're looking at taking the SBOM, which is going to list out the package level information, associate that to the component version, and then we'll do another level of aggregation of the component versions up to the application version level. Now, some of the things that we haven't gotten into at the SBOM level is like how to record hardware SBOMs. That nobody's really gotten into that world yet, but that's going to be some important details. Also, like just environment configuration. What were the environment variables set on the machine? Those type of things are still out there that we need to capture. But we're just taking the low hanging fruit right now, which is going to be the software SBOMs.
Sorry, I was just trying to find my mute button. The famous thing. Thanks very much, G. That's great explanation. Stacey, we going back over to you. When did you decide to contribute Ortelius to open source?
Oh, quite some time ago, actually. So before Deploy Hub was created, we had the base of Ortelius was owned by a company called OpenMake Software. It was the metamorphosis of our build tool turning into a release management tool because people kept asking us to manage releases. But I didn't really feel like, even though the team at the time believed that there would be one release tool to rule them all, I never believed that. I always believed that, you know, every component has its own logic. It's going to be scripts. It could be Helm. It could be Spinnaker. It didn't matter. And when we started looking at the broader picture of microservices, this is a hard problem to solve. And I never believed that we could solve it as a small company in a silo. So during the OpenMake Software days, way early on, I started saying we need to contribute this to an open source project. We need to make this open source. We then we spun off a new company called Deploy Hub. We did a lot of magic when it comes to restructuring the company so that the code base that is now Ortelius could come out of OpenMake Software and go into Deploy Hub, and then Deploy Hub contributed that. But I knew years before that I wanted to have an open source version of this particular product. You know, there is something to be said as you progress in your career and you get a little older, you want to do something and give something back to the community who's given you so much. And this career for me has been amazing. And I think open source is the best way to do that. So a lot of people think that, you know, giving your code away is kind of crazy. But to be honest, there's a couple of ways to build a product like this. One way would be to go out and get funding and, you know, have the VC types manage it and make decisions on where the product should go. You end up selling your company early when you do that, which means you're letting go of the code base anyway. The second way would be to take the open source route, which means that instead of handing it off to a VC, we're handing it off to the community and allowing the community to drive where and how the product is going to be built. And ultimately, those products are always much better than what a VC board can decide on, because they're going to just focus on income, which is important. But if we were to do that, I'm guessing that we would still be looking at trying to solve monolithic problems, because that's where most of the money is right now. It's not in microservices. We talk about them, but most companies are still doing monolithic development. Not a lot of companies are doing microservices. We're looking at solving a problem that most companies will see in maybe 2 or 3 years. Actually, it's starting to show up now. We talk to more and more companies who are struggling with tracking versions of tracking the drift of a service across clusters. But ultimately, it was a decision about giving back to the community and having the community decide where this product's going to go and give something out where this problem can be solved without having to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a commercial product and an enterprise kind of solution. So that was how we decided it. It was something I had wanted to do ever since I was a founding member of the Eclipse Foundation, and I loved working on that. And I always wanted to do something ourselves for open source. And then when I started working with the CD Foundation, it was obvious that that was the perfect avenue. But it did take us a year, guys. It took us a year to get accepted into the CD Foundation. So it wasn't easy. And all of you contributed to the success of that. And now here we are.
Yes, we love our members.
We do. You guys are awesome. And,
That's awesome.
And I was going to, Steve, while you were gone, I was going to point out that when we were looking through our badges, one of the areas that we saw that we were lacking is getting pull requests created. So having more actual code committers. That is one of the areas that we need to improve on. And then the other area that we need to improve on while it's starting to improve is adoption. And I know that Sergio has talked about that. So I think as we look from now to the next 6 months in our beer and donuts, we will hopefully have some adopters doing these presentations. We had one that was going to Depeche, but he just couldn't pull it together. And I know that next time in December, I think he will do a presentation on their adoption. But those are areas that we need to focus on in terms of improving this particular open source community.
Yeah, I mean, we even have socks with little aliens on them. How cool is that?
We do, and we're finally going to get our own T-shirts. I think that Steve is finally, Siddharth and Utkarsh have been working on getting our nylon like running jackets and our T-shirt.
Yeah.
I think Steve has sorted out how to get payment across the pond, and we'll get that done. And Siddharth and Utkarsh, thank you so much for volunteering to be the T-shirt and jacket central for India. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to get that stuff to India. So that's how we're solving it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Tracy. Steve, we're swinging back over to you now. Can you give us a high-level review? I think I already said that question. I think I'm a little bit further down the list now. What does the open source roadmap look like for Ortelius?
Yeah, so we have some fun things happening, and we talked about the blockchain. So that is going to be an area of interest that we need to build out more along the SBOMs and vulnerabilities. That part we have, we've plumbed it together, so we have some basic stuff working, but there's some improvements that we need to make on that side. One of them is being able to fetch the data from the Open Source Security Foundation. One of their projects is called OSV. Basically, it's an aggregated vulnerability database, and their endpoint APIs are too slow, so we need to do some work to kind of like federate that data down into our database so we can make some quicker lookups. We have Libyear that Aisha is working on. She's taken a new position, so she's had to kind of back off for a little bit on that. But we have Libyear stuff, which is like giving us how, like, the age of packages, if you're consuming them. Are you using the latest one, or are you 5 versions behind? Utkarsh did a little bit of work on some new representation of how things are happening with application versions over time. So some new graphing or graph libraries that we'll be using. So those are the type of things that we have going on. And also Brad Mccoy has been pushing the GitOps process with Captain and Argo. We are trying to get to that last sprint of getting the final pieces in place to pull it all together. So we have, work done over here, work done over there, and we just need to put it all together. So that's some of the things that we're going to be focusing on in the next 6 months.
And there's some things I have things on my wish list too. I think we should start having a discussion about integrating with Backstage, because if there's folks already have adopted Backstage and they tag their when they register a microservice in Backstage, you can tag it, and those tags could be directly mapped to our domains, and then we could start doing the versioning on the back end. So I think we're an interesting complement to Backstage, and Backstage is also a CNCF project that's probably going to be graduating soon. I think it would be that's an interesting proposal. So I think we should keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, and in the next couple of days we'll have something new that we need to look at. It's a fast-moving environment from what I could tell, especially around the supply chain pieces. There will be integrations that we'll need to make down the road with SigStore, Persia, So there's a lot of stuff at the supply chain level that will, because the way Ortelius is designed, we just suck up all this data to be able to pull things together. One of the other things that we're working on the deploy up side is like a DevOps adoption dashboard. How well are our teams adopting DevOps practices? And once we get that done, we'll push that back down push that up into Ortelius as part of that process. So, like I said, things change so quickly in our world, but that's what it looks like for probably the next 6 months.
And the other thing,
sorry.
oh, I was going to say the other thing we need to do is we need to talk about doing we have a proper governance board now, and now that governance board, we need to talk about doing elections for a proper technology oversight committee. So that's kind of, we've got all the pieces in place. We do have a technology oversight committee, but they have been kind of recruited. We've never had proper elections for them, but I think that closing in on, as we go into this second part of the year, one of the things we'll have to add, and the governance board needs to talk about that, is an election for a proper technology oversight committee, so that they can help drive direction. And we will need to have somebody from the CD Foundation. Tara Hernandez is right now on our TOC. And so is Steve. Steve's part of the board of the Technology Oversight Committee for the CDF. So we have the right people. We just have to now have elections to bring in some additional folks. So we should be watching for that too.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Awesome. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, when Steve said stuck up, I just had this vision of a vacuum cleaner, kind of sucking up microservices.
Yeah, that's why Sergio has that picture of the alien scanning a container. Yeah, it's just pulling all the information up.
Beam me up.
Exactly. That's why it's beaming Ortelius.
Beaming, exactly. Beaming up all the versions and all those type of things. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, Tracy, the last question is for you. What kind of open source developers does the Ortelius team need?
We need some data scientists. So if you know anybody who's into machine learning or data science, because the more data we get, the more we could do with that data. We need to be able to do better predictive analysis for folks. We should be able to start determining risk levels of microservices. We should be able to be scanning CVEs across a cluster, for example, and being able to report on that kind of stuff. So we need some data scientists. So if you know anybody, reach out. I've knocked on many doors on LinkedIn and looked for data scientists. We've never gotten anybody to kind of embrace it. And of course, Python developers, anybody who wants to learn more about how to build microservices, because Ortelius is a true microservice architecture now. That's offered some challenges because I don't think the industry is ready, including Microsoft in their marketplace. So we've run into some problems with that, but it is a true microservice environment. So anybody who wants to be part of microservice team and learn that, and have already has like Go or Python or even JS, we're looking for them. But I think data science is the area that we lack the most expertise in.
Awesome.
Anybody else? Yeah, anybody else has any Ukarsh, what is your thoughts? I know you've been working a lot on coding. What do you think?
Thinking as such, where do we lack?
Yeah, where do we lack?
I think we should be like spending more time on grooming our backlogs and defining the priority, and in this way we can have like focus on particular area in a particular quarter or something, and this way we can spend like a lot of time focusing on one thing and developing that like a very useful like, as a collective team. So I think that I think is a missing part that I see, a well groomed backlog.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm awful at is being a project manager. Guaranteed, that's not me. I try, but I fail. I can do the technical stuff, but yeah, Ukarsh is definitely right that if we had somebody that would be able to, look at the issues, help figure out how to group them together, how we can get some focus on it, I think that would be a huge help to get some fast coding done.
Well, we're planning on trying to have dinner with Brian and Marky Jackson next week. So maybe we can recruit Marky to come back because he is an excellent project manager. I know that he's gotten other things going, but man, it'd be great to have him take a look at some of our stuff. We'll shoot for that. Brian, do you think we have any chance? Oh, okay. Well, we're going to work on it. Okay, well, that takes us to the end of this first section of Beer and Donuts. I hope you all enjoyed this live version of it, and congratulations to everybody who got a badge. Proud of you all, and thank you for all the hard work. For those of you who are climbing the ladder and getting into those legend and the silver levels, it's not an easy task to do. We do have it set up where you have to do some work. I think Brad Mccoy missed being able to get to the next level by one pull request or something really silly. So I'm assuming that next time he'll be there. But thank you all really for your commitment to this project and the efforts you've put into it. And on that, we have a Twitch channel that you should jump over to. So in case you don't know, oh no, here is where you should go.
Twitch.tv/OrteliusOS.
Yes. And over there, we will be finishing the rest of this, our crazy little conference. And we have 9 presentations to see. So I hope you all enjoy it. And we will chat there. So don't forget, there is a chat in it and you can talk to us.
Yes, so while we are a little ahead and we have some time, we are going to do a little break. We are going to have a little space for an awesome videos about UFOs. So we will like watching and stepping ahead. So take this break, recharge your batteries, because we are going to start a huge stage for lightning talk. So there is 9 of them and 4 are really awesome. So don't miss the stream. We will sharing the agenda. We have countdown, so you have like pretty old information to just schedule your technical stage and anything you need. So let's see you everyone in the stream. Just hit the chat every time you need it. Shield, hope you enjoyed this. So watch you, and I will see you at the end because we have a closing thoughts and we will back on Zoom. So meanwhile, see you in the stream. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye all.
See you on the stream.
Bye, everyone.
Recording. id. For over 20 years, ufological group SOBEP claimed the photo was authentic, but the photographer eventually revealed it was a hoax. Writer Marc Allais attributed the Belgian UFO wave to the media and SOBEP spreading misinformation, causing a mass delusion.
Indeed, there is something going on in Belgium which is beyond our control.
Number 18. Houston, we have a problem. In August 2014, social media was bombarded with photos of a UFO hovering over Houston, Texas. Taken from different spots around the area, the UFO seemingly consisted of several lights forming a ring. At the center, you can make out a single orb, as if the other circular lights are revolving around it. The UFO almost shares a resemblance to Saturn, although some experts have theorized there's nothing otherworldly about it. Fletcher Gray of the Mutual UFO Network deduced it likely stemmed from nearby highway lights. It's also worth noting that Houston endured a thunder and lightning storm that night, which may have contributed. Still, how fitting would it be if alien life visited Space City? Number 17, the Kumburgaz UFO video. In 2007, a Turkish night guard named Yalçın Yalman, working in Istanbul's holiday village, noticed strange activity in the sky and started filming. He kept his eyes on the skies throughout the next few years, recording a treasure trove of UFO footage. The UFO that repeatedly pops up in these videos certainly looks like a spacecraft, even calling to mind the ones from War of the Worlds. Upon further inspection, some claim that you can spot two alien heads peeping out of what appears to be a window or a door. Our eyes may be deceiving us, but ufologist Nick Pope described Yalman's findings as, quote, a turning point for Turkish UFO studies, adding, quote, the authorities can no longer turn a blind eye to this phenomenon. Number 16, New Mexico, 1957. Ever since the Roswell UFO incident in 1947, New Mexico has been a hotspot for alleged alien activity. Almost 10 years after the historic sighting, New Mexico local Ella Louise Fortune had another close encounter of sorts. Cruising down Highway 54 on October 16, 1957, the nurse took a photo of a bright white flying disc. The UFO reportedly hovered around the Holloman Air Development Center for 15 minutes. That said, the fact this occurred near an Air Force base might provide a logical explanation. Even after the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization studied the imagery, though, nobody could come up with a conclusive answer. Number 15, the Lubbock Lights. In August 1951, 3 Texas Technological College professors noticed somewhere between 20 and 30 lights shimmering in the sky. 5 days later, Texas Tech freshman Carl Hart Jr. gazed out his bedroom window to find a cluster of lights forming a V-shape. Hart managed to take 5 photos of the lights, getting them published in various newspapers and Life magazine. This caught the attention of the Air Force, which launched an investigation. At first, they believed the Lubbock Lights were really plovers. The Air Force eventually announced that it wasn't a bird or a spaceship, but a, quote, easily explainable natural phenomenon, without unveiling what the phenomenon actually was. Well, that's not suspicious at all. Number 14, Salem, Massachusetts, 1952. As if being the site of infamous witch trials wasn't bad enough, Salem was also invaded by aliens at one point. Okay, maybe we're exaggerating just a tad, but this was definitely a weird occurrence. On August 3, 1952, a U.S. Coast Guard looked outside a lab to find 4 large, vibrant lights up above. The 21-year-old guard snapped a photo through a window, and people have been making calculated guesses as to the exact nature of these objects ever since. Flying saucers? A witch's spell? Lamp lights? In any case, Salem just got even eerier. Number 13, ISS Light Beam. In 2016, a video surfaced on YouTube from NASA's live feed of the International Space Station, seemingly showing an object making atmospheric entry. The feed was then suspiciously cut off, although NASA claims that this was due to technical difficulties and the object was likely debris or lights from Earth. However, a subsequent video from the same feed showed what appeared to be a similar object departing Earth, followed by a bright golden beam of light.
Is this a UFO leaving the Earth, making the jump to hyperspace? These are real images from the International Space Station's live feed. They show a spherical object leaving the vicinity of the Earth and traveling upwards. As the object disappears, a beam of light shoots out.
This wouldn't be the last time that conspiracy theorists gravitated towards the ISS. In 2020, the feed captured another object moving over Earth. It was later reported that this was a retired communications component being jettisoned, although we're definitely keeping a close watch on the ISS.
We discard of our trash and equipment that's been put through its paces and is now retired.
Number 12, the Scs-48 Incident.
Tony, what can you tell us about this last-minute delay and what's happening right now?
Launched on September 12, 1991, the STS-48 mission's goal was to deploy satellites from the Space Shuttle Discovery.
This scene shows the actual release of URs with the mechanical arm. The arm is being backed away from the spacecraft.
In UFO circles, though, the mission is best remembered for footage captured on September 15th. While not easy to make out, the video shows objects zooming by and bright lights flashing in Earth's orbit. According to NASA, these were ice particles responding to the engine jets. Astronomer Phil Plait has backed up these claims, but we gotta admit, the believer in us likes to wonder. It's not the only space shuttle mission to have caught ufologists' eyes. In 1996, footage from STS-75 seemed to show objects buzzing around the broken tether of a drifting satellite. Debris or curious visitors?
Well, the long line is a tether, and there's a little bit of debris that kind of flies with us.
Number 11, the Kaikaura Lights. It's only fitting that the Kaikaura Lights surfaced the year after Star Wars and Close Encounters of the Third Kind hit theaters. New Zealand's Kaikoura mountain ranges caught the media's attention on December 21, 1978, when a cargo plane crew observed house-sized lights flashing around the aircraft for several minutes.
Thousands of UFO documents have been released by the New Zealand Air Force. The documents released under Freedom of Information laws cover sightings dating back to 1954.
Air traffic control specialists from Wellington tracked the lights, which an Australian television crew then recorded in color. The TV crew came along for the cargo plane's next flight from Wellington back to Christchurch. Shortly after takeoff, the crew captured footage of a giant illuminated orb. New Zealand's Ministry of Defense has provided several possible explanations, including lights from boats, cars, or Venus, but alternative explanations abound.
Others say it could have been an unusually bright sighting of Venus or merely radio and light wave transmissions. But for those who believe, even the publication of such sightings is a breakthrough.
Number 10, the Black Knight Satellite. The Black Knight Satellite remains one of the most famous conspiracy theories in UFO circles. It's said that this mysterious satellite has been orbiting Earth for 13,000 years. In 1954, UFO investigator Donald Keyhoe claimed that the Air Force had discovered 2 artificial satellites, despite the fact that such technology did not exist at the time. It would be another 3 years until we launched the first artificial satellite, Sputnik. Regardless, various newspapers like the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and San Francisco Examiner picked up the story. The Black Knight regained interest in 1998 when NASA released this photo from the STS-88 mission. While most would agree it was space debris, others are not letting go of their Black Knight theory. Number 9, the Phoenix Lights. The Phoenix Lights have inspired a documentary and multiple horror movies, but nobody can say for sure what happened on March 13, 1997.
In 1997, you took part in one of the largest military cover-ups in United States history.
That's correct.
This incident can be broken into 2 phases. First, a V-shaped formation was seen flying over Phoenix, although little footage exists of this event, and the footage we do have is low quality. There's more documentation of the second event, which saw 5 circular lights floating in the night sky.
There were many events, starting at 3 p.m. in the afternoon and continuing all the way until 5:30 the next morning.
Even with numerous photographs, videos, and eyewitness accounts, though, a giant question mark continues to hover over Phoenix. While the U.S. Air Force chalked the lights up to military flares, many have argued against these claims, and even Arizona Governor Fife Symington described what he saw as, quote, otherworldly.
Well, I saw a huge craft just kind of come right over Squaw Peak. That was, it was just breathtaking.
Number 8, the Chilean Navy.
The Chilean government agency, which investigates UFOs or unidentified aerial phenomenon, has declassified and released never-before-seen video from 2014 showing a mysterious flying object, of which they suggest could have been a UFO.
A little speck can certainly stir up a lot of speculation. In 2017, the Chilean government agency tasked with examining UFO sightings released footage of a flying object that defied explanation. The footage, which had been classified for almost 3 years, was taken by the Chilean Navy from a helicopter during the day. The pilot failed to make contact with the object, which moved like another helicopter. Even more curious, the object didn't pop up on air traffic control radar.
In 2 instances, the object ejected some type of gas or liquid with high thermal tracking. Captured on video, you can see a massive plume of material trailing behind the object.
Most mysterious of all, the UFO released an unknown substance and vanished into the sky. Experts were stumped, with the agency's director saying, quote, "We do not know what it was, but we do not know what it was not." Well, that's reassuring.
After an extensive study, the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena agreed it had all the characteristics to be classified as an unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Number 7, the Battle of Los Angeles. This incident took place in February of 1942, 3 months after the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor. Receiving word of another possible attack, air raid sirens went off around Los Angeles County and the area endured a blackout. Throughout the night, 1,400 shells were fired into the air. 5 people died as a result, and property damage was significant. Although it reportedly turned out to be a false alarm, the LA Times published a photo of the air raid with searchlights directed at what looked like a spaceship. While the photo was touched up, this didn't stop ufologists from holding it up as evidence. The theory even inspired the 2011 film Battle Los Angeles.
It appears that there's something like shadowy figures. I think I'm gonna head back now. Everyone needs to get out of here right now. Lucas, if you could just come back, please. Oh my God!
Number 6, Mexican Air Force video. On March 5th, 2004, the Mexican Air Force recorded footage of 11 UFOs at 11,500 feet above southern Campeche state. Surrounding a military jet, these lights were detected during a routine search for drug traffickers. Jets pursued the UFOs, but eventually gave up and the objects disappeared. While some believe this was the work of flares, explanations also range from ball lightning to a meteorite deteriorating in Earth's atmosphere. Whatever these objects were, Governor Fife Symington described what he saw as, quote, otherworldly.
Well, I saw a huge craft just kind of come right over Squaw Peak. That was, it was just breathtaking.
Number 6, the Chilean Navy.
The Chilean government agency, which investigates UFOs or unidentified aerial phenomenon, has declassified and released never-before-seen video from 2014 showing a mysterious flying object, of which they suggest could have been a UFO.
A little speck can certainly stir up a lot of speculation. In 2017, the Chilean government agency tasked with examining UFO sightings released footage of a flying object that defied explanation. The footage, which had been classified for almost 3 years, was taken by the Chilean Navy from a helicopter during the day. The pilot failed to make contact with the object, which moved like another helicopter. Even more curious, the object didn't pop up on air traffic control radar.
In 2 instances, the object ejected some type of gas or liquid with high thermal tracking. Captured on video, you can see a massive plume of material trailing behind the object.
Most mysterious of all, the UFO released an unknown substance and vanished into the sky. Experts were stumped, with the agency's director saying, quote, we do not know what it was, but we do not know what it was not. Well, that's reassuring.
After an extensive study, the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena agreed it had all the characteristics to be classified as an unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Number 5, the Mexican Air Force video. On March 5th, 2004, the Mexican Air Force recorded footage of 11 UFOs at 11,500 feet above southern Campeche state. Surrounding a military jet, these lights were detected during a routine search for drug traffickers. Jets pursued the UFOs, but eventually gave up and the objects disappeared. While some believe this was the work of flares, explanations also range from ball lightning to a meteorite deteriorating in Earth's atmosphere. Whatever these objects were, infrared equipment operator Lieutenant Mario Adrian Vasquez is convinced that they were, quote, completely real. Pilot Major Magdaleno Castañón went so far as to suggest that the UFOs knew they were being pursued. Number 4, the Aguadilla Airport Incident.
I don't believe in you in my life.
Even by UFO standards, this one's perplexing. It all started in April 2013 at the Rafael Hernandez Airport, located in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. A video was taken of an unknown object swiftly flying over land and then seeming to submerge underwater. After doing so multiple times, the object appears to split in 2. Supposedly, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security tried to keep this under wraps, but the video was eventually leaked by an anonymous whistleblower. A group known as the Scientific Coalition for Ufology was responsible for posting the footage online. According to the SCU website, it, quote, exhibits characteristics that cannot be explained by any known aircraft or natural phenomenon. Number 3, go fast. Our top 3 UFO sightings are actually part of a package, although each has a distinctive signature.
Pentagon has now declassified 3 videos showing Navy fighter pilots interacting with unidentified flying objects. Watch.
Filmed by the U.S. Navy and published online in the late 2010s, they were declassified and officially released by the Pentagon in 2020. Released under the file name Go Fast, this video was taken over the East Coast in January 2015 by an FA-18F Super Hornet during the USS Theodore Roosevelt UFO incidents. The footage was captured using Raytheon's Advanced Targeting Forward-Looking Infrared Pod, or AT-FLIR. And just as entertaining as the footage itself is the fighter pilot's comments. While the audio is somewhat hard to understand, you can certainly grasp the astonishment they experienced while watching the object.
Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, look at it fly.
Number 2, FLIR 1.
It's a clear blue sky. There's no wind. And you see this tic-tac. It's just this white object that's randomly moving around. It makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up a little bit.
Also released by the Pentagon, FLIR 1 was filmed on November 14, 2004, around the San Diego coastline. Like Go Fast, this video was also taken aboard a Super Hornet using AT-FLIR. The footage was captured during the USS Nimitz UFO incident, in which the Navy had a radar visual encounter. The video centers on a
So thank you everyone for joining us on the Ortelius Visionary 2022. And today you are listening to my talk, What Should You Know to Contribute to Ortelius? So a bit about Ortelius itself. What is Ortelius and what is aiming for? Ortelius is an open source project. Ortelius is a microservices catalog that governs your microservices, supply chain tracking versions, blast radius, inventory, SBOM, SVEs, and the team that supports them, providing a proactive view of your microservice application as it changes over time. Ortelius is an incubating project under the governance of the CD Foundation and the part of the Linux Foundation project. So, what should you know to contribute to Ortelius in less than a 10-minute guide? Before I tell you the procedure and processes involved in contributing to Ortelius GitHub repositories and what are the different ways you can contribute to Ortelius, but I think that concept is really important for me to explain. Why should you start contributing to Ortelius open source project? So I get back in time, and things that motivated me to be a part of the Ortelius contributor is this term. You can learn anything, but you can be remembered for what you have shared. So now who I am, who you are listening to. My name is Simon Surder. I am a developer advocate at Bank Clouds, Cloud Native Islamabad co-founder, CDF and Orterius ambassador. And if you want to stay in touch with me, here are the Twitter and LinkedIn profile for me. Say hello and stay connected. So let's share my journey. Go back in time at 2020, March, when the pandemic starts. I see the empty doors. I see the empty office. I see the empty conferences. And that is really, really get me isolated and completely depressed. What should I do now? The reason I'm depressed is because my learning circle break. Because my learning circle is started engaging with people, like what you are learning today. And I want to explore from other people what they are learning. I try to explore these stuff that other people are learning every day. And then I try to explain those concepts to myself. And then I want to elaborate these concepts to the others. And part of my journey is to evaluate my knowledge. But when I see all these empty spaces globally, there's no way for me to kind of engaging, exploring, explaining, elaborating, and evaluating myself. So I joined, and it's a time frame of June. I guess it's June 2020 when I meet Tracy Regan for the Ortelius community, because I'm joining the conference CDCon virtually, and then we connected somehow. And he introduced me to the Ortelius open source community. So I landed into the website, and then I joined the Discord server. And the people are really, really helping me. I kind of know my learning cycle. I try to resume my learning cycle. I try to ask people, what are you learning in every day in the Discord server? And I try to explain some of the concepts that I learned. And then I try to evaluate the things that I learned, shared with other people. So I try to evaluate my knowledge as well. Because of the Discord server, I feel connected with everyone. And these people really help me, not able to help me in a way that they help me in teaching the concepts, but they also help me because in explaining concept to others. But previously, when you go back in time and see the chats, I'm asking for help in the people like, I need help on this technology. I need help on this technology. As the time progresses, and the community helped me a lot, that I'm able to explain it to the things that I'm learning today. That is because of the community support. That is because of the individual empowerment by the community. I'm really, really lucky to have part of that wonderful community. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, Steve, Brad, and Tracy for helping me in learning the journey of microservices. So now I think you kind of motivated. Like I try to motivate you why you should contribute. I share my knowledge, why I started contributing to the open source project. And after this few steps, I explain what I get by learning with the open source community. But now I think you should familiar. Why should you start contributing? Now there are some ways you can start contributing to Ortelius. You can start by coding. You can start by doing some other stuff. Like if you are not good at coder, but you are a good graphic designer, you can join us, our team, and you can start contributing on that part. If you are not a good database administrator, or you are the GitOps, or you are the, let's say, the DevOps engineer, you can start contributing on those specialized field. We need these kind of person in our community who can start contributing on these various parts. But it's not just about coding. You can contribute it anyway. And if you think there are some ways you can contribute to our Ortelius community, our Discord server is always available for everyone to ask questions, give us a feedback, and start conversation, and tell us what are the different ways you can contribute to the Ortelius project. We will happy to help you. But in terms of the coding, there are some guidelines that we have prepared for the people who are beginner to start contributing to the Ortelius project. So now I stop here and resume the talks when I go to these websites and tell you the way of how you should start contributing to the Ortelius project. So now you can go to the github.com/Ortelius/Ortelius. And first, if you like our stuff, give us a star, and then go read the documentation. And you can see the various contributors are listed here. You can talk to them every time in our Ortelius Discord server. But that documentation is our Ortelius project is residing on. You can go to the different folder, check to see what are the different image building mechanisms we are using, how our tests are run, how our tests are written, how our different DevOps procedure are existed, what are the different GitOps action that we are using. That's all available here. And when you submit a pull request of start contributing to Ortelius community project, we will add you to the repository. Like these are the people who are managing the CD environment, infrastructure, and productivity. These are the people responsible for that. There are some data science and visualization. These people are responsible for that. We have deployment integration. You can look at see what are the different DevOps tools that we are using as of today, and what are the different contributors that are responsible for managing those tools. You can look at the marketplace and domains who are responsible, UI, UX, testing, documentation, and architecture, the development. All these people are available for various time. And now if you are part of the project management team, you can give us a pull request. We add you here on Tracy Regan and Nathan Jane on below that list as well. Or if you want to be a part of development team, we will add you to this list on whichever field you are in. We try to add you in the appropriate field. So this is a repository. You have to check up first. What are the different ways you contribute? What is Ortelius GitHub repository in? And that is the first procedure in contributing to the Ortelius project. Now, step number 2, you go to the Ortelius.io/blog on your Ortelius journey blog. And that is written by the wonderful community member we have, Siddharth Parikh. And he is pulled together a wonderful information. Because when you look at the Ortelius GitHub repo, we have so many other different repositories also existed. How you should explore what repositories for me, and how you should start which repository to start contributing to. We have this information available on our YouTube channel. You just go through it. It's a simple, I think, 3-minute old video where it tells you all the repositories we have and what they are doing and what part of it. So Siddharth, thank you very much for pulling this together. And you can also stay in touch with joining our meetup or community, joining the Ortelius Google group and Discord channel. Now we look at the two different ways. Go to the GitHub repository, check the different repositories. We see all the different repositories we have by looking at the Siddharth blog. And now the third step is go to the Ortelius contributor guide. When you go to it, there are welcome, things you should know, community membership, developer resources, how to tips, pull request to receipt, Eclipse IDE setup, all things available. Let's say go to the developer resources. So if it gives me the Visual Studio setup here that we need to have, and also the Postgres, and also the Docker, Helm, and all the things like where you pull the images from. So these are all things available. You just go through it, and I think it takes you 2 or 3 minutes to go through all this step, and then you're able to contribute your first pull request to the Ortelius repository. When you submit the pull request, then when you start, you are part of the Ortelius repository or contributor, and then we will add you as a member as well. So these are the 3 steps. Remember, you go to the Ortelius GitHub.com, check to see the Siddharth Parikh blog on how you should start contributing. And the third step is go to the contributor guide and check to see what are the different tools and the developer tools and what are different Visual Studio, what are the things we are using. So these are the things that you all needed in order to start contributing to the Ortelius open source project. Now let's go back in the slides and we end the conversation forward. Now we look at everything like how you should start contributing as a coder or any other way. So now the last question, like what should I share my journey? Like what I get by contributing to the open source Ortelius project. So I have strengthened my cloud native vocabulary. I have gained local friends. I have removed fear and gained love while talking in public. I have found the knowledge how people talk in public. I have found the knowledge how other people learn Kubernetes and other cloud native and microservice technologies every day. I have found the knowledge how other people build their product on top of Kubernetes. I have found success stories. I'm able to give a speech at KubeCon Valencia. I'm now a CDF and Ortelius ambassador, and I'm a member of a community where every time I need help, I'm closer to experts and people who are easily approachable, and their passion is to help others. What else I needed? So these are the things I get from contributing to the Ortelius open source project. So at last, I'm able to resume my Kubernetes learning cycle. I'm every day trying to engage with people, what you are learning every day. And I find the things that they're learning, I try to exploring, and then I try to explore, I try to explain it to others, and then share the detail with the Ortelius Slack Discord server, and then I try to elaborate the knowledge, what I learned from this exploration and what I learned from this another open source or another technology. And then I try to evaluate my stuff, like people asking questions like how this is different from other. That's part of the evaluation that I also get from talking to people on Discord server in the Ortelius community. So I'm able to resume my knowledge. What else I going to need it? So remember that I said it on the first to third slide. What motivated me, because I hope that's the term motivated you as well. So you can learn anything, but you can be remembered for what you have shared. So thank you everyone for listening to my talk. Now for the extra resources, go to the Ortelius.io, go to the github.com/Ortelius and join and follow us on our Twitter handle OrteliusOS and join and stay connected with us on the Ortelius LinkedIn page as well. And if you want to say hi to me, go. These are the resources. These are my profile on Twitter and LinkedIn available for you. I hope to see you again in the future in another Microservices Visionary. Thank you everyone for listening to my talk, and thank you everyone for tuning into Ortelius Microservices Visionary 2022. Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye-bye, everyone.
Hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to people from different parts of the world. Welcome everyone to Ortelius Visionaries 2022. My name is Utkarsh, and for the next 10 minutes, we'll be discussing few of the famous design patterns that might help you in designing your microservice-based applications. So let's start. Before moving further, let me give you a brief introduction about Ortelius open source project. So if you're developing microservice applications, so Ortelius is different. Ortelius is basically a microservice cataloging tool that not only tracks your different components, different microservices, but also consolidate a lot of useful information, like what version is deployed, what is the stable version, what is the bill of material that is used for a component, and if there are any vulnerabilities. So if you're interested, you can check out ortelius.io, and that has everything that you need. So as I already told, the agenda for next 10 minutes is looking at few of the famous design patterns that can ease your life. Few words about myself. I'm a software engineer at Cisco India. I like to create a lot of services using different cloud platforms, let it be like Azure or GCP. And I also like to contribute to the open source community. I like collaborating and working with passionate developers. That is where I joined Ortelius. And if you're looking for the same, Ortelius is the best place. These are the content that we'll be looking at in the next 10 minutes. We'll see how we can migrate the monolith to a microservice-based architecture. For that, we'll look at decomposition patterns. To manage data in a distributed ecosystem, we'll look at few of the design patterns like Saga design patterns, CQRS design pattern. And apart from that, we'll look at few of the reliabilities standpoint as well. Okay, starting with decomposition. So since we already know there are huge chunk of application already built on monolith, and a lot of jobs are there where they asked you to migrate their application to microservice based application. So like if you're asked to migrate or convert a monolith based application, or if not monolith based application, you're asked to convert a SOA architecture based application. So how would what will be your thought process? So what we can do, we can either decompose our application based on the business capability that it has, or what we can do, we can decompose our application based on the subdomains. So just to add a little more details, so decomposition by business capabilities means identifying the different layers of your applications that are responsible for different requirement, that has a different business capabilities. So let's suppose there is a product, and there is a component that is that has the concern for that component is product development, while there is other component which only take care of like service or product delivery, and there is other component which concerns with demand generation. So what we can do, we can isolate this component and create a standalone microservice, and yeah, and they can talk to each other and that solves our purpose. While when we decompose by subdomain, so there is a famous architecture which is called domain driven design. So we use domain driven design to create our microservices. So that has you need a lot of understanding of the product itself, because you have to identify which components you can segregate into one component. And so let me show you some figures. Okay, so as you can see, decomposed by business capabilities. So it is fairly straightforward. So in most of the cases I have seen in the application itself, they have a layered kind of architecture. So they will have like a work management, user management, tenant management, and data management layers. But that is developed as a monolith or SOA. So what we can do, we can identify those and we can isolate them and create a different service, standalone service, and deploy them as a microservice. While in decomposed by subdomain, we have to identify like if this service, if this API would go into product catalog service, or that service should reside in delivery service or something. So these kind of challenges are there. So that takes like a lot of to and fro meetings with different folks to identify that. Apart from that, there are few of the other design patterns that we see nowadays. So nowadays, what we see, so we identify like what all services can be, self-contained into one service. So that is one design pattern that we can use. The other one is if you are creating your application from scratch. So I've seen like a lot of people, they create a different team as per services. So there will be one team that will be only concerned with the data, call them as a data team. There will be other team which will be taking responsibilities of all the applications that are related to machine learning and algorithms. Coming to data management. So what is the problem that we want to solve here? So in microservices, there will be distributed transactions. So how we can handle those distributed transactions so that there is consistency in the data. So there is a famous design pattern to solve this distributed transaction problem in microservice that is called Saga design pattern. And we can tweak the Saga design pattern in like whatever base suits you, but the overall the base architecture will be very similar to this. So first, there are like two approaches to Saga. One of them is choreography based approach. So in choreography based approach, your request will be propagated to the different services, and they will be again propagated in the reverse order. So let's say if you have like three services A, B, and C, and you make a call to service A, and the service A will do a call to B, and that B will call service of C, and then C will return something, and then B will return something based on the output that he has got from C. So this kind of approach is called choreography based approach. So in that case, let's suppose at any point of time your service has failed, so the ultimate output would be failed itself. So in that case, we maintain the data consistency. The second approach is orchestration based. So in that case, what we do, we create an orchestration layer that is responsible for orchestrating. So that will be orchestrating different threads. And let's suppose let's see this diagram. So if you want to create an order, so what you need some customer information, you need payment information, or even you need like inventory information, like if the product is available or not. So there we have like orchestration which will post an event. So here we have used a message broker. So it is posting an event to which will be consumed eventually by customer service, and customer service based on that event will return some other event to the other topic, which is a reply channel on the reply channel. And this create order module will consume that event, and based on the event that he has consumed, he will identify if he has to create an order or not. So let's suppose there if he has got a success, from a customer. Okay, so at the later point of time, there will be another module that will be, so the orchestrator will again orchestrate a method to a different topic, which is, let's say, a payment module. And let's say at that time the payment got failed. So if the payment got failed, eventually the output would be the ultimate response would be fail in that case. So this is how we maintain the orchestration layer. And in some cases, we also create a additional layer which is called a state machine. So which has like which maintains a state for every request. So so let's say if you want to create an order, so order can have like that order can generate a different methods, different it can publish a different events to different applications. So there is a state machine which maintains a state for every other services, and the state machine will only publish a success event when the state machine itself gets success from all the event, consumes the event that has success from all other applications. Okay, so there is another design pattern that you can use alternatively to Saga design pattern, which is called CQRS. So what problem we are solving here in the CQRS is, let's suppose you want to implement a query that retrieve data from multiple services. So we know like if there are 4 services and if you are making a 4 DB calls, that will be very much expensive, because if you are developing a large scale applications, that will be converted to thousands or millions. So millions requests means you are there is a cost involved to every DB call that you make. So what we can do, we can define a some kind of view database, which is like a read-only replica. So, but that is subscribed to the database services, the other applications. So in that case, you only have to query that view database that you have created, and in that case, you decrease number of queries that you make to your applications. So this creating a view database is not a very I would say popular method, but similar kind of tweaks I've seen people make in their application, make in their product to reduce the DB calls. Okay, coming to the reliability perspective. So let's suppose you are writing a code. Okay, so what happens if at some point the other service is not available, or let's say if there is a service A which has to publish an event to service B and service B is not available. So at that point of time, what should be the flow of the execution? So that is already a known issue in microservice, but we implement a solution for the same. So what we do, we implement something called circuit breaker. So circuit breaker is nothing. So we define a flow in our program itself while developing. So these are the scenarios when we consider when there is when we identify like the other service is not available. So let's say if you want to publish an event, but the Kafka topic is not available. So what do you have to do? So you can implement a fallback method saying there is a different topic, let's say error topic. So you can push those events into those queues. Or let's say if you're not able to make connection, so service B is down, so you're not able to consume services that are written in B backend service. So in that case, you can write a fallback scenario that will return some generic response. So, and you can also maintain some kind of record for that. And you can process that afterwards. So in that case, whenever we identify there are some services which are not responding, so this circuit breaker, the implementation that we write uh, will be set on, and in that cases, whatever request it will receive in that point of time will be handled by a fallback scenario, the fallback method that you write. And after a certain point of time, let's say if you have defined some timeout for the circuit breaker, so after that timeout, that circuit breaker will be off, and then again it will take a few requests and see if your application is able to consume the services of the other. If not, then it will again go to the on state, and all the requests will be handled by fallback. There is this Netflix histories that you can see if you want to implement this kind of patterns. So if you have any question, let me know. There are a lot of other design patterns. They are just a few. So if you're interested exploring more design patterns, microservices.io is the best place for you. So as I already told, if you're interested knowing more about Autelius, you can visit ortelius.io. If you're interested exploring the code base, so all the code base of Ortelius resides in github.com/Ortelius. You can also follow Ortelius for different topics that are related to microservice and DevOps. So on LinkedIn, you can go and search for Ortelius open source, and I believe you should find there. And apart from that, if you're interested in connecting with me, you can follow me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and GitHub. The handle is the same, that is Code with Utkarsh. That's all for today. See you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome to Ortelius Visionaries 2022. Today we are going to talk about team topologies, but this version is like apply in the field. So this is experience from a real project, so I hope you enjoy it. This is mainly what is team topologies try to do. So it's something that today is in the mind of a lot of people. We are going to add a little information of what happened when you are trying to use it, right? So my name is Sergio Canales. This is pretty much what I am. I work at Red Hat. Usually work on transformational projects or maybe in simple work projects that are focused to change process, team structure, way to work, way to think, where to, I don't know, work itself. So if you want to reach out, there is my email. I will be super happy to exchange any experience. So for next, we are going to start. So this is originally on a talk for an hour, so we are going to do it today in a light talk mode. So hang on, we are going to go a little fast, but I hope you enjoyed it. So what is team topologies? This is mainly what is team topologies. There is an official page. There is a whole learning process, guidance, and studies about it. So there is the link. You can watch it all. So, but this is like the main ideas. So this is like the big resume about team topologies. So this is the step, probably where you're going to start, where you're going to end. Again, there is a lot of material about that, but this is like the main stages if you want to look at one page. But okay, that's like the idea, that's the theory, that's like the side that tell me what I can learn, how I can prepare. So let's go to the field and try to put this on, make this happen, okay? So the expectation is like you're going to your organization, you're going to say, oh, okay, this is like my team structure, this is like the most common topology that I have, the interaction between them. Okay, let's try to do that, and let's see if I can like match this on my organization. But what usually happens is that not everything in our organization is so structured, so like well understand. Usually when you are going to start a project and you want to and you're going to work based off team topology, you're going to say, hey, okay, I need to like people from different areas because I need like I need diversity in one team that can solve a lot of different aspects of what I need to accomplish. But in reality, usually you're just going to have like a few resources, some expertise, some roles, some people with some experience. And usually it's really hard to get this nice topology where you are having like good connections to a lot of departments. If you are trying to deliver some workloads, you're probably going to depend from networking, from storage, for platforms, or infrastructure. So, but what usually happens is that is like your team developing something with maybe a counterpart from other areas, at least one that probably is going to talk with a lot of people or try to do it. And after that, you're probably just going to have a really nice interaction with some ticket platform or something like that. So I'm trying to say that it's super hard on the beginning. You are having so less and you have so much to do. So let's speak again a little ahead. So what we can do in the beginning is pretty much a project team that is not connected at all with other teams. You need to identify some stuff. First of all, you need to focus on your team. Okay, that's the main thing. You need to optimize what is your team doing, because usually on organization, you're not going to have like extra time, extra people. You need to do like pretty much more with the same. So you need to optimize, and optimize it pretty much developing your team, making them, giving them tools to do his work faster in an efficient way, so you can save time. At the end, you can have space for your project needs. After that, you need to give confidence to that team, and usually that is like accomplish goals. There is no team that is going to move forward if it's not like giving success or having this image that they are being successful in what they are doing. And finally, you need to identify what is happening around you, because you're not going to make this happen just by yourself. Okay, usually you are going to have like this a lot of teams that are disconnected. So if you see all the X mark, it's just because you're not having that interaction. So first of all, you need to met all these things, and you need to start like making connection, a way to talk consistently, have communication with these teams. You need to change a lot of aspect of the culture. Here is a little short list for this, but it is longer than that. But this is a way resume of what you need to change. After that, you need to make a trusted environment. Usually in organization, you're going to discuss who makes more sense, who has more knowledge. But I recommend you always work in facts, right? Always do something, look like give something that is working. try to avoid conversation about what things should do, what is probably going to happen. Try to work what it's happening itself, like in reality. Develop your team. Your team is the main thing. And even for team topologies, what is you're going to have at the end is what the team is developed itself. It's not never is going to be the same to an organization. It's just give the space to your team grow, and your team is the one who's going to define what is the structure, what is the interaction, what is the work is going to do, is going to have, if you give them the space to grow. Okay, give people achievement, like for a person, like recognize themselves when they change something, they do a good impact, when they support each others, when they give them opportunities, give rewards. We usually do stuff like giving, I don't know, at the end of every sprint, we give like a ticket for having a meal, for having a pizza, having a drink, I don't know, give rewards, make a space happy to cheers, to recognize each other. So what we are having from this session, this session, it is really hard. It's a really hard work to do team topologies or work on your teams. But remember, you need to support your people. People at the end are the people support people, and that is the thing that is going to help you to build out structures and connection. Okay. Don't forget that agility is about people. It's not about technology. Okay. Agility is not software development itself. It's about people doing that. So don't forget it. And at the end, solutions are implemented. They are going to be successful and make sense only if you have people to can support that. I don't know, tools itself are not solution, are just tooling, are just technology. You need someone that is doing a good work with that. So don't forget it. Okay, this was like the lightning talk. This is not how to like directly implement team topology. It's like all the tips you need to know to be sure that you can grow in team topologies, to achieve team structure, to achieve interactions, to achieve like a mature state of your organization. So don't forget it. People are the center, and this is like what you usually need to focus to make this happen. Okay, so again, thank you. Any question, any more details about how to do it in your projects, in your experience, in your organization, here I am, here are my contacts. So see you soon.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Ortelius Microservices Visionaries 2022. So the topic of this session is why do you need a microservice catalog to enhance developer productivity? So Ortelius open source, as all of you know, is a project under the governance of the Continuous Delivery Foundation. And Ortelius itself is a microservice catalog that helps you govern your microservices across the enterprise. So a brief about me. Currently, I am an Assistant Director Cloud Practice at Ernst & Young. Before that, I used to lead the Cloud Center of Excellence team at Accenture. So what is the agenda for today? So this is a 10-minute lightning talk where I will discuss the challenges with current microservice adoption across enterprises at scale. What is a microservice catalog? How it can act as a solution? Some introduction, some advantages, some disadvantages. How functionally a microservice catalog operates. Some open source and enterprise grade options, and finally conclude the session. So microservices have actually taken over the world by storm. As part of a recent report by Microservice Adoption or by O'Reilly, 77% of respondents have adopted microservices, which is huge. And actually it is agreed by the industry thought leaders that enterprises that are not able to effectively support microservices will be able to less compete in the business in the future, whereas enterprises who have adopted microservices, they are more likely to perform well against others on metrics like development efficiency, the ability to use new platforms, collaboration across teams, and sharing of services across applications. So microservices is in the market and it is the next big thing. But at the same time, the number of microservices can be insane over a period of time in an enterprise. So here, if you see Uber in 2018 and Netflix, you can see this is the microservice graph, how many services and how complex their interdependencies are. So managing something like this at an enterprise level, at an enterprise scale is very difficult. So what are the difficulties? So as long as you have 5, 10, 20, 30 microservices, it is still okay. You can maintain them. But the moment you have more than 30 microservices, it becomes unmanageable. The cracks start appearing in the system. Why? Because there is no clear ownership. Nobody knows who to contact if that service breaks. There's no easy way to reach the consumer of a service or to reach the owner of a service to understand who is responsible for this service. There is no easy way to access documentation, to get analytical information about the microservices and all of that and how to consume it. So basically at scale, when you have a large number of microservices, it becomes very difficult to manage it. What are some of the difficulties? It is impossible for a single person or a team to be aware of all the microservices across the enterprise. Okay, nobody can pinpoint when a service goes down that who is the owner of the service, who should I reach out to get clarity on that service, which leads to delays. There's a lack of visibility across an enterprise into what is the kind of microservice adoption state in that enterprise, which programming languages are being used, which microservice frameworks are being used. And there is a high degree of duplication. Maybe you and I, both part of the same enterprise, are developing the same microservice, same service. We are not even aware of that. So there is a lot of duplication and a lot of cost to the company because potential reusable opportunities are being missed. So overall, when from a developer perspective also, when a developer wants to develop a service, he doesn't know if there is anything that he can use as a building block to his own service because there is no easy way to get a view of all the services in the enterprise. So basically, whereas we wanted microservices to be a catalyst in our digital transformation journey, it is actually becoming kind of hampering our journey in a sense. So it is not only adding technical complexity, which obviously microservices does at some level, but they're also introducing organizational complexity. And they're posing a very serious threat on how to scale the enterprise. So what is the solution? We understand that these are the challenges, right? Which makes sense whenever you are managing something across 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 500, 5,000, 50,000 services, you need somewhere where you can get a unified view of the services. And that is where a microservice catalog comes into play. It is basically service discovery, but for humans. It is a record or a list of all the microservices that an enterprise has running in production, what each service does. It also contains metadata about the service, like owner of the service, service now queue of the service, where I can find observability or Prometheus charts for that service. How do I operate the service? How do I consume the service? Using a catalog, it is very easy for a developer who is getting onboarded to see, okay, these are the number of services that I have. This is my service. This is how my service is dependent on all of these services. So I should be aware when these services go down. I should design my monitoring accordingly. I should design my observability accordingly. And it gives the enterprise leadership, the executive board, a control over the microservice adoption across the enterprise. They can see, okay, today 30 microservices are there. In 6 months, we have 100 microservices. This is a year-on-year growth of microservices. This is the kind of programming languages used by the microservices, and all of that details they can get very easily. So microservice catalog gives you back that sense of control. Whereas you were earlier in a chaos with hundreds and thousands of services, having a microservice catalog gets you back that control over your entire state of the enterprise, and it helps your developers adopt the microservice journey in a much more agile way. So this is a functional representation of how a service catalog works at a very high level. So the service teams who are publishing the services, who you can call as service publisher, they will publish the services onto the enterprise catalog. This can be automatic via a auto search or auto service discovery process. It can be manual. You can upload some metadata and register your service to the microservice catalog. A batch job might be running, which will scan all the services within my organization at a regular interval. So many things can happen. But at the end of the day, my service information needs to be pushed or inputted into the microservice catalog. And on the other hand, the microservice consumers who are consuming my microservices, they will basically use this microservice catalog, which is an enterprise-wide entity, as a single source of truth for all the services in my enterprise. They will go there and try to find which services makes sense to them. So this is kind of a model with service consumers and service publishers acting as a whole cohesive group with the benefit of this microservice catalog. And a microservice catalog will end up acting as a single source of truth. You can build complex analytics on top of the service catalog. You can answer questions like, what is the rate of growth of microservices in my enterprise over the last 6 to 12 months? Some teams can ask questions like, what does the service A do? Who is the owner of the service B? And this catalog acts as an abstraction layer for all the services which are developed within the enterprise. So it acts kind of like an abstraction in front of the microservices, and it gives you that kind of a easy user interface, easy API based way to interact with all the microservices across your enterprise and get valuable metadata about them. What are some of the options? Some of the very well-known options is obviously Ortelius, which is an open source project under Continuous Delivery Foundation. It's a very well-known microservice catalog. You should go and check it out. Also, Deploy Hub is also a very good option, which is an enterprise-grade option that can help you simplify all of the same problems, tackle all of the problems, and much more benefits it can give you, like service dependency and a lot of things, automatic search, discovery, and a lot of things Deploy Hub can give you. So what is the conclusion? So basically, what I am trying to portray here is that there is actually a very real challenge and a very real danger to the scaling of your enterprise if you're not able to have some sort of a strategy behind it. For a few services, it is okay, but the moment you cross that threshold of 30 or 40 services, it becomes very difficult. So you can start small. You can start with an Excel to document your microservices, but over time, try to invest in some sort of an enterprise-ready tool and include this approach as part of your overall engineering strategy, so that you have all this information ready when you actually want to scale your microservice adoption across the enterprise. If you start with this approach, if you bring this into the core mindset of your engineering strategy, just like API first, just like microservice first, cloud first, this should also be part of your core engineering strategy, and only then you can drive microservice adoption across your entire enterprise, across hundreds of teams in your enterprise. Questions? Please let me know if there are any questions. I will love to answer them. And thank you so much for being a part of this session.
Hi everybody, thank you for joining the Ortelius Microservices 2022 Summit. Ortelius is an open source project. It is a microservice catalog. If you haven't already, there's a talk that talk about microservice catalogs. If you haven't checked it already, it's a really good one. You should definitely do that. I'm Pawan Gudivada. I'm an open source lover, and sometimes I do non-open source software, so I don't work on that. I work with Azure DevOps, and I create content around cloud native and DevOps in general. Today we'll be talking about Kubernetes as a service, why it is good for you, why you should think about it, why you should consider it, and all of that. We'll do that using a story. So you have to consider yourself. So let's just start with considering you are part of a company and you are believe that has to do all of the Kubernetes related things for your company. We'll go into more here. So let's say you're working for a company called Market Service, and you have 10 customers, and you are in India, and you have 10 employees, and you have 2 actives. So 5 in each team. So you want a Kubernetes cluster to be able to serve your customers. So you just decide to go with a control plane and 2 worker nodes. So what are your options? So for you to do this, you can either choose Unicube or kind and test out things, and then use Kuberium or KTS to host them on your own premises with your own infrastructure, and then deliver services to your customers as well. But your business was really successful and and you have more customers that are wanting your services. Now people are from different parts of the world, and your company is changing its name from Mark IT Services to Steven Global IT Services, and you potentially are going to have 200 customers from India, Egypt, US, and when we tapping into you have 40 employees, and they are divided into multiple teams. So you are given the task to come up with a solution, a plan to scale things up to grow your company. So you come up with a very great plan, and that is to buy more servers and hire new employees, set up a new office, and then onboard more customers. This sounds like a really good plan. When, let's say, your customers just say we need everything set up in the next 6 months or a year. So in that case, everything looks perfect, and you think you can do it. But the problem is you have to think in terms of availability, scalability, maintenance, and security. This might seem a little complicated to understand, but I'll explain. So availability is when your customers, users, let's say your customer has an application which is on your AKS, on your Kubernetes. So the users of your customers should be able to access your website. So you have to make sure the services or the website is always available whenever they access it, and it's not just being available, it has to be snappy, and it should be usable. And scalability is when, let's say, your customer wants to grow their user base from 500 to 5,000, then you should be able to, your infrastructure should be able to handle this load. You should also think of that. And then there's maintenance. So because you're hosting and you own everything, you have to make sure you maintain the physical and also the software side of things. Same goes with security. You don't want someone to just come in and knock out the servers. So you have to make sure there is physical security and also software security, so the applications are safe. So you plan for all of them, but you still have a lot of other things to do. You need to make sure the updates are done right. You need to think about monitoring and making sure everything is working fine. And then there's backups and there's deadlines. So let's say your customer says we want things to be done in the next 6 months. It always happens that they might come back and ask you to complete things in the next 3 months. So you should be able to deliver it. And also there's compliance. So let's say your customer is in the Europe region. They don't want their user data to move away from Europe into another other non-European countries. Think of it this way: the huts don't want their data to be tattooed, right? So as we just discussed all of this is going to take a really long time. So simply put, things just got out of hand. So you really can't think of it. You have to come up with a better solution. So here you can use Kubernetes as a service. Kubernetes as a service is simply a cloud service provider offering hosting their own Kubernetes, control plane and worker nodes, and on their own infrastructure, and then offering you a worker node for you to use as your own node and run your application. Here we see Azure and Red Hat have their own offerings called Azure Kubernetes Service and Red Hat OpenShift. Similarly, AWS has their own, and Google has their own offerings. You can use any of them depending on what your needs are. So what is part of Kubernetes as a service? So the whole cluster, the control plane side of things is all managed by the cloud provider, and also your nodes, which is the infrastructure of your nodes, and everything is also managed. You will be given your own node in a really fast way. Like it could take only a few minutes after you request provisioning a node. So we'll just see how you can use it. So you will get your own worker node, and on that node you can run your applications and stuff. So how does this help us in scaling? So in terms of scalability, your control node, your control plane, and also the other nodes are all maintained by your cloud provider. So it's as simple as you clicking a button, and you will be getting multiple nodes, any number of nodes that you want. And this can also be automated. So depending on the load that you have, you can automatically scale or shrink the number of nodes that you have. And then there is availability. So availability, as we discussed, your service should be up and running at least most of the time. There's nothing like 100% availability. So it has to be available for at least a lot of time. So depending on your needs, the cloud providers have different offerings that can help you. So here, what you can do is you can host the nodes in different region. This can also help you with highly available clusters in Kubernetes. So let's say you host nodes in East US and then Asia and then maybe Pandora. So if your East US region goes, let's say something happens there and all the data centers in the East US region go, your Asia region could handle that. But if you also need that your data should not move from East US region and Asian data should not go there, then you can also do that. You can configure everything in just a click. And in terms of disaster recovery, you can have your own backups. You can have backups replicated into different locations. All of this, if you are planning to do on your own, you are planning to host your own infrastructure and stuff, it's going to take a really long time, and it's not even feasible if you are a small company that just wants their application on Kubernetes. So simply put, the maintenance, authentication, auto scaling, disaster recovery, everything, including the infrastructure, security, physical security, everything is handled by your service provider. They have their own nodes and all of that at different data centers across the world. You can use them, and you can focus directly on the application growth of your company, planning, and also in terms of metrics. You can use the metrics and then understand how and where the application can be improved so that there's better performance and speed, and you can get things up and running faster. Thank you, and follow Ortelius on their Twitter and also LinkedIn. If you are interested in contributing to Ortelius, please check out their GitHub repo. If you want to reach out to me, you can reach out here on Twitter, LinkedIn, or you can check out my blogs on Hashnode also. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. Feel free to ask. Thank you for joining. Have a great day.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Ortelius Visionaries conference. My name is Sasha Wharton and I'll be presenting Dev to Prod in one step. I'm a senior DevOps engineer for CubeVisor, which is based in Munich, Germany, and a Ortelius board member. Just introduce a little bit about Ortelius. It's an open source project under the CD Foundation, and you can think of Ortelius as the grand overlord of microservices, recording their every move. Just to set up the scene a little bit, we're assuming here that we have our source control provider chosen. In this case, I've chosen GitHub, and we've chosen our cloud provider, in this case, AWS. The foundations of the house are set up and ready for tenants to move in. We have our environments or stages set up, dev, test, and prod. We have all our containers built. We're using EKS for all our Kubernetes clusters. We're using Captain as our build tool, Autelius as the overlord, OverCD for our application parameterization and automation, Helm charts for the case templating and parameterization of the component services, and we are using a Spring Boot Java web framework. Here we have a monorepo consisting of some component services within this monorepo. And what are we going to do is we're going to break out each one of those services into polyrepos, and we're going to copy their code into each of those polyrepos for the respective component service. We will push any parent dependencies to a Nexus server, and this will allow any of the component services to fetch a dependency or a parent dependency if it needs so. Here we have an example of a polyrepo with the code copied in, and obviously all the other component services will be created exactly the same way with their code. And then we can then build each component individually and manage each repo individually. Each code-based repo will be married to a Helm chart so that we can parameterize the application. Helm charts generally have the final say, and this allows us to really get our component service in shape before it goes into our environment. Here you can see the 3 different values files, which allows us to move between the different stages. We have our values dev and our values test and our values prod, and our values.yaml file, which is for all default configuration. We have a templates folder, and in there we usually put our config maps. Here's an example of an environment variable config map. And just as it says, it's all the environment variables for this particular component service. Here, for example, we have got a config for RabbitMQ. It's also using Helm templating, which will allow us to replicate this configuration throughout the different stages. Here we can show the values files side by side. So we have our dev values file, our test values file, and our prod. And you can see we just replicate our configuration between those different environments. You can see we have a vault configuration, which is using HashiCorp Vault to store all our secrets. And in this case, it's for our MySQL database. You can see there's the Spring Boot profiles that are active. There's the config server and the branch. So they can fetch config for the component service, any additional configuration for the component service. And there's our Amazon MQ configuration. Here we have our values.yaml file, which serves as our, like I said previously, for all our default configuration for across all environments and stages. For example, I've shown you how you can override your course configuration just by adding those configs in your Istio configuration. You can override the core configuration that might have been set in the component itself by the developers. Then, once we have everything in order with our Helm charts, we should start seeing a pod being deployed in Argo CD. And you'll see these, should see some healthy green hearts like this to show the application is healthy and that each part of the configuration is healthy. If you drill into those blocks, you'll be able to see the Kubernetes configuration for that particular part of the component. If any of you have any questions, ET is ready to field anything that you might have on your mind. ET is officially part of the CD Foundation too. Thank you very much. And thank you for the privilege of being able to bring this talk to the Ortelius conference. Bye for now.
Hello, my name is Miklos. I work as a lead principal engineer for NatWest Group, and I'm a DevOps Institute ambassador. Today, I'm going to talk to you about why people should come before tech and how DevOps can transform companies towards becoming more efficient and productive with more happy and engaged colleagues. Delivery-focused leaders often prioritize milestones and deadlines over people and culture and treat technical work as a technology and process challenge only. This talk can help you to make the point on how investing into implementing generative culture measurably contributes to a more effective delivery in the form of eliminating non-value-add work from the overall process. The three key aspects that represent the critical success factors for any DevOps implementation are people, practices, and automation. The first layer, implementing a generative culture, which is an organizational culture focusing on continuously improving performance, having high trust, high cooperation, and psychological safety. The DevOps Research Assessment, or DORA for short, found that a high-trust generative culture predicts software delivery and organizational performance in technology. The second layer, adopting existing frameworks including ITIL, Lean, and Agile, and adapting them based on the opportunities for improvements identified by measurements and monitoring, improves the efficiency of the organizational processes. And the final layer, adding the level of technology and automation to those processes and practices to streamline and accelerate them. One important thing to mention here, if we are not focusing on people and practices first before bringing in automation, then automating bad processes will end up in bad results. We basically will do the wrong thing faster. Before we talk more about DevOps, I'd like to talk about how silos were invented. Modern organizational structures inherited from successful earlier approaches. Adam Smith in 1776 advocated division of labor to represent a substantial increase in productivity. He argued the specialization and concentration of the workers on their single subtasks often leads to greater skill and greater productivity on their particular subtasks than would be achieved by the same number of workers, each carrying out the original broad task end-to-end. This concept of task specialization went mainstream with Henry Ford's assembly line, revolutionizing the American industry in 1908. Basically, this is about splitting the original end-to-end delivery to smaller subtasks and add workers only trained to do and focusing on one of those. Those workers become really good at their own step and very productive, therefore speeding up the whole pipeline and improving its delivery performance. Fast forwarding to present time, the focus on task specialization, control, and measurement are still present in today's organizational structures. Although it is proven very effective for manufacturing pipelines, it does not answer all the challenges in scope for modern IT services management. Many organizations are trying to break down silos via organizational redesign. They are getting rid of their manager-led functional teams and moving on to self-organizing cross-functional structures. Although this is an enabler, it does not fully address the silo problem, which is rooted in mentality. Silo mentality occurs when a team or department shares a set of common tasks, but operates disconnected from other groups, with the power derived from association with their function or shared technical knowledge. Some examples of these are the testing team, which is focusing on one slice of the process, optimizing own approaches, tools, and processes, disconnected from the end-to-end delivery. They don't work on how to build quality in the end-to-end process, how to add testability requirements, and they don't share their knowledge with cross-functional team members outside their own team. They are managing a problem and this way sustaining the reason for their own existence. Another example could be two feature teams working on the same product, but each one owning one specific user journey and focusing on their slice of the product only, making their own choices in terms of using third-party libraries, technologies, but they don't contribute to the end-to-end optimization of the product. Or cross-pollinating best practices. They don't look for reusing solutions existing outside of their team either, so they are likely end up duplicating them. These teams, the testing team and feature teams, could actively focus on improving how the tasks are getting delivered end-to-end, but prioritizing their own team above the organization, choose to work their own siloed way, looking inwards only. Silo mentality leads to a lack of systems thinking, which is essential for continuous improvement of the organization. Systems thinking basically means that the team understands that their function is part of a larger system, interrelated and interdependent on other teams, and the system is more than the sum of its parts. Losing focus from the big picture leads to local optimization of tools, solutions, and processes, which creates process complexity. The complex handoffs between teams are treated as external to those silos, therefore out of focus for improvements. Waiting for information, approval, decisions, feedback are good examples of the lack of systems thinking. If systems thinking would have been applied in this case, for example, waiting for approval could have been automated based on business rules, therefore removed as an external dependency for the team, improving its end-to-end delivery. Another side effect of losing focus from the big picture is lack of building or contributing to shared capabilities and resources. This results in duplicates, reworks, and divergent solutions, or the team working on unnecessary deliverables or features. Again, if systems thinking would have been applied, the team would have reused an already existing solution implemented by another team instead of inventing the wheel again. In lean management terms, waiting, over-processing, defects, and overproduction are forms of non-value-add work, aka waste, which should be removed from the overall process. So, how DevOps address this? DevOps promotes systems thinking and puts the focus on the end-to-end value streams. Simply put, how work moves from devs to ops, from left to right, one team to another. Once it is identified how the individual steps fit together, the next step is to identify bottlenecks, so removing those can be prioritized for the biggest positive impact. DevOps embeds amplified right-to-left feedback loops. The goal of almost all process improvement initiatives is to shorten and amplify feedback loops so necessary corrections can be continually made in the process as quickly as possible. Feedback loops help to create safer, more resilient processes, as combined with continuous improvement and learning culture, the teams can continuously improve the quality of their continuous delivery pipelines, processes, and practices. DevOps promotes a culture of continuous experimentation and learning to enable the ongoing creation of knowledge for individuals, teams, and the organization. Just because we have been doing things a specific way in the last 2 years, it does not mean we have to do it exactly the same way in the future. Experimenting is a good source of innovation too. Turning local learnings into global improvements and approaching failure as a learning opportunity for all enables the organization to see the value in trying new things and innovating. Okay, so if you take away one thing from this session, it should be that if you want to improve and scale your delivery, the right place to start with is talking about your culture. Can you identify silo mindset in your teams? Is there effective collaboration, cross-pollination, and contribution to shared capabilities? You won't be able to transform this culture without or with an organizational redesign or automating pieces of your processes. The way forward is to follow DevOps practices to promote systems thinking and collaboration. Map out your delivery processes end-to-end, rip off the Band-Aid if necessary, and streamline and simplify those processes and practices. If you do this, it will have a massive positive impact on your culture, and the automation and tooling part to underpin and accelerate your processes will be easy. I hope you find this task useful. In case of any questions or comments, please feel free to reach out. You can see my Medium, LinkedIn, and Twitter handles there. If you are interested to learn more about DevOps, you can find a huge amount of information on the DevOps Institute website in the form of blogs, case studies, podcasts, and guides for free. Thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone, and thanks for joining today's Microservices Visionaries Summit. My name is Neha, and I'm the guest speaker here to give a lightning talk on the automation of microservices configuration with Ansible. So let's get started. Before we move into a real automation area, let's just know a bit more about our organizing company, which is Ortelius. So a brief summary about this organization, the product. Ortelius is a microservice management platform. And as we all know a bit, that in microservices architecture, we have a lot of decoupled pieces, and there comes the problem. Here, those problems are addressed by cataloging, by decoupling pieces like version details, cracking microservices, blast radius, and much more other information. Autelius is also an incubating project under the governance of Linux area. And last but not the least, as part of this summary, we also want to mention that Ortelius mission is about simplifying the adoption of microservices through a world-class microservice management platform driven by supportive and diverse global source open source community. Okay, so before again I start, uh, so some introduction about the topic. And this session is about, as you know, about automation of configurations for microservices. And as we all know, one of the main principles of microservices is to be independently deployable. But what happens is, in a way, it's good that we can deploy all the separate or small microservices independently. But when we see in big picture, as as a consequence, microservices development and operation tend to be much more complex than any monolith. Because of this distributed nature, if we have not moved out yet from the working from silos, doing the deployment separately, one by one, dependent on each other, or so there comes a lot of chaos, and that is why we need DevOps practices to be here, some automation to be here, and these operations, there is a need, so that is where I'm going to bring some information to you today in this session. Some introduction about myself. I'm Piha Adhikari. I'm currently working as a Vice President in the Data Analytics Department in NatWest Group organization in the UK. I'm based in London. I hail from India. And yeah, so recently, in the recent experience, I've been working with banks, some multinational banks, and also some e-commerce companies, and plus some in some telecom area. This is about my recent experience. And personally, in the recent years, I have been a massive DevOps enthusiast, and I've been working with in these sectors, as already mentioned. Apart from this, in my free time, you can find me cooking, doing online blogging, and on weekends doing some photography. So this is all about me. Okay, so let's get started on this. As we already talked a bit about the problem, so we can see, these dots, colorful dots on this slide, if you see. So these small dots are nothing but different microservices. What happens, we are happy in a way, that all the microservices, because of the microservices architecture, we achieve decoupling. And but at the same time, what happens, like if I see, let's assume like I'm the release manager for the entire project with the microservices, and then maybe in a single day we need to deploy many microservices. So then there comes a need, maybe there is one change. For example, I want to change, there is a new fresh environment we have, and that new fresh environment, those details needs to be get added to all the deployment related things for all the microservices. So how do we, do we have to go to each and every microservice, the source code, and make some changes? Or if we want to have some centralized configuration, which we automate, and which makes our life easy. So let's move further. So yeah, so there are many automated configuration tools available, one of them being Ansible. What is Ansible? Some of you might already know, but we want to start with the step one here. I don't want anyone to just, bounce this information. So Ansible is nothing but an IT automation, configuration management, and provisioning tool. It uses Playbook to deploy, manage, build, test, configure. So in a way, you can see the end-to-end CI/CD pipeline, right from the part when we start, building a code, to then doing the configurations, testing, managing, deployment, everything can be covered. And then anything from full server environments to any kind of project, whether it's website, whether it's code application, backend, front end, anything, any kind of application, it supports all of them. And it takes while by YAML. So yeah, so if you are familiar with YAML, YAML is a very easy to read and write, a very simple way of having a code. So we'll talk a bit more about it. So this is what is Ansible. Now further, we want to know why Ansible. So as I just mentioned, yes, YAML is something very easy to read. Its syntax is pretty simple, and Ansible is an agentless, one of the boon which we have about it. So if you can compare with other configuration automation tools, like for example, if I talk about Puppet or something, so those are not agentless. We have to have a dedicated server, and but here when we go with Ansible, we don't need to have Ansible installed in the target server or environment. That's one of the best feature of Ansible. Then it's built on top of Python. So here, which helps us to use any of the Python functions and libraries. Most of the Python functions I have seen are available and can be used. Then SSH is one of the ways available with Ansible for secure connections. And then it follows architecture for sending configurations, and very easy and fast way to set up and minimal requirements it has. So I see it as a perfect solution to get started in terms of automating your microservices configuration. Further, how does Ansible work? So here, if you see, in this, first let's talk about the diagram. So a person there using a machine, let's call this machine as the place where the YAML file is present, or playbook you can call it. Let's call it Ansible playbook web servers.yaml. And then from that playbook, we want to connect to different web portals like web 1, web 2, web 3. These are the hosts, different hosts. And if you see the sample web servers YAML file there, so the syntax is also pretty simple. Like we start each YAML file with like 3-, and then we add more information with single dash and name hosts. Here the hosts in the diagram are like web 1, 2, 3. And likewise, we just add their tasks, subtasks, whatever we want to do, like install blah, 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 restart this, copy this to this, move this file, delete this file, rename this file. So all those things we can just add over here in this playbook. So this is a very basic example. Of course, we can have some better design also there, but that's about the advanced thing. Okay, so now let's have a look of the architecture, Ansible architecture. Here, if you see, so again, a couple of things which are the main pillars of Ansible architecture. So users, from the user side, if we see Ansible, there is something called host inventory. So host inventory is a file which has the detail of the host. For example, let's take some project, like for example, which has certain 3 environments, just maybe dev, test, and production. So those 3 environments, the target environments, their server details, we call them like host, and in this host inventory we'll have like dev server, some host environment details, or like that test environment and production environment. Then again, playbook, we just saw an example of playbook where YAML file is there and we have tasks and subtasks or something, and we just call those tasks. Then talking about the modules, this is a very important part of Ansible. Core modules, custom modules. So Ansible works on basis of modules. I would recommend, if you're interested, after this session, whenever you have time, go to the Ansible documentation, and there just look after the modules it has. So there are different kind of modules for different areas. For example, if you want to go with the calendar, time or something, if you want to work with just operating system related things. So there are different modules for different areas. Have a look of it. There are standard modules. There are modules where you can customize them. And then there are plugins available, add-ons, for example, like email, logging, etc., etc. And then in terms of connectivity, there are again some standard functions available. How do we connect with the different hosts? Okay, so moving further, a playbook structure. So we did have a look of, how playbook YAML code, like similarly here we have the flow diagram of it. So if you see from playbook, the first YAML file which is invoked when we start our Ansible uh, um, functionality. So it will just start with playing, connecting to the host, and then playing the tasks. And then tasks will further invoke the modules depending on what modules we have written over there. So it will just invoke those modules and those functions. So this is a simple example of playbook structure. Moving further, this is I'm presenting an Ortelius typical pipeline, CI/CD pipeline, which is in place. And this is here so that we get some idea how, Ansible gets pitched into a perfect microservices solution. So very high level flow of this step one, where we have some Docker, some containerization, and with the help of that we move further. We are here in this example, which triggers Ortelius to version microservices, track application configuration management, and build the maps which are required. So after having everything containerized, then further the Ortelius source code is available with the right version, with the right track and everything. Moving to the step 3, where the scheduling is already done, which is based either on demand or on the CD triggers. So those deployment gets triggered based on that. Further, the step 4, where the recording, tracking of inventory across all clusters is done. And somewhere Snowflake also comes into picture if it's about the cloud. So this is a typical Ortelius pipeline. So now here, if you see on top, in terms of, you see Jenkins there, you see like Ham, Circle CI and all that. So there's a typical pipeline, and if we see Ansible somewhere here, so I know I like a deploy hub is being used as a part of this, and Ansible playbook is triggered from there. So let's understand Ortelius and Ansible relationship. So Ortelius uses Ansible user that covers to run tasks locally as well as on the remote servers, including Windows machine, which is brilliant, like Linux as well as Windows. Ortelius can execute existing playbook to perform deployments. Yeah, we just talked about that. Then Ortelius call after Ansible has executed a deployment and record information about a deployment. For example, what are the microservices deployed? What are the environments where the deployment is then done? And the logs which are generated. So all those things can be are being catered here. And then about the pre, post, and custom actions. This is a very important part where Ansible is being used. And in the component level where link happens, and then this is in 2 areas, pre-action and post-action. So pre-action would be, if we talk about Kubernetes area, these playbook to scale Kubernetes clusters prior to deployment when we want to scale up their servers. And after the deployment, again, we use them to run SQL Plus, to load SQL into Oracle DB. So this is the area how Ortelius product is using Ansible. So again, as we know, so these are the configurations which in the Ortelius side which are required to scale up and do the DB-related configuration. So let's learn a bit more about creation of Ansible playbook, how it's done in Ortelius, and there's a screenshot as well. So Ortelius product, dynamically creates Ansible playbook and it runs on the fly. As you can see here, the Ansible area Ansible playbook runit.camel. So this is the unit, and you can see SSH connection to secure this is used, and there are certain parameters provided like related to environment, host name, and environment. So this is how the connectivity is made and creation of Ansible happens. Moving to further, in terms of interaction. So again here, as we already discussed, pre, post, and custom actions are the three main areas where Ansible interaction is done from Ortelius. And as we are using Ansible to execute ham deployment of the product of component to the Kubernetes cluster, and if you see here that custom action is already mentioned, and that ham chart is being used as a part of this. Okay, so that's all about a quick session on Ansible, how we can use it as a part of automating the configurations for microservices. Questions are welcome. So if you have any questions, please post them out. And thank you for joining us. Thank you. And if you need more information on the Autelius in the Ansible side, how it's the connectivity, integration, and all, so you can please go ahead, visiting this GitHub link. And if you want to know more about its upcoming events or something, just go to the LinkedIn area and do follow LinkedIn if you like the session and would like to have more sessions. And in case, feel free to get in touch with me. I have mentioned my Twitter and my LinkedIn. I'm more active on LinkedIn, on my LinkedIn profile. So that's all. Thank you so much for joining. Cheers. Bye.
Welcome everybody, I'm Steve Taylor, CTO of DeployHub. Today we're going to do SBOMs for all using Ortelius. So first let's give you some background on Ortelius. So Ortelius is a microservice catalog that governs your microservice supply chain by tracking your microservice versions, the blast radius of a service, the inventory, the SBOMs, CVEs, and vulnerabilities, the service catalog information such as the owner of a service. And we do this to give you a proactive view of your microservice application as it's changing over time. Ortelius is an incubating project under the CD Foundation. And our mission is to simplify the adoption of microservices through a world-class microservice management platform driven by a supportive and diverse global open source community. In other words, we have a great team from all over the world on the open source project here. So our topic today is we're going to talk about hardening cybersecurity in a cloud native environment, meaning that we need to track not just a microservice SBOM, but more importantly, the application's SBOM. In a decoupled architecture, it's almost impossible to create an application SBOM without using something like Ortelius. A little bit of information about me. Like I said, I'm the DeployHub CTO. I am one of the architects on the Orterius open source project. I am on the technical oversight committee for the CD Foundation, and I'm a Persia open source contributor and been doing this for over 20 years. Please reach out to me on my LinkedIn, send me a message, and we'll get a conversation going. So let's take a look at how SBOMs have moved along and the problems that they face in a microservice type of architecture. So traditionally, we had the traditional monolith application. So that's being replaced by a lot of little microservices. So when we first had the monolith, we would go ahead and create a single SBOM because we had a big giant package that we were working with. You know, we delivered this big giant package, and therefore we had one big giant SBOM. And that SBOM was usually created out of the build process, the compile and link step. Now, with the shift over to microservices, the microservices are independently deployable functions, and they're pushed across the supply chain all day long. And because of this, each one has its own build and therefore its own SBOM. So if we try to think about looking at the application SBOM in a microservice architecture, it really doesn't exist because everything has been decomposed. So what we need to do is take another look at what a microservice application really looks like. It actually is a collection of microservices, all the microservices that are needed to make the application run. So if we have 100 microservices that are used to make our application run, we're going to have to pull all those together and represent our application logically. So when we take that view, it's going to be very much more complex than our traditional monolith. And remember, every time we create a new or update a microservice, we should have a new version or new logical version of our microservice application. So because of this, we have a lot of change happening that we need to keep track of. And because of that, the SBOMs get even more complicated because remember, when we're talking about these microservices having their own build, we have to look at those builds happening all day long, and those builds are going to create their own individual SBOM. And in truth, SBOMs are not only there's many levels to them. So we'll have a hardware SBOM. What we're using ARM versus AMD. What was OS being used when we created this? What was the compiler? What were all the dependencies, including the transitive dependencies that were consumed? What was the package manager doing? And finally, when we pulled it all together, how does this new SBOM relate up to our applications? And now this is happening for every single microservice that we're creating. And you know, if we have like I said, if we have 100 microservices in our logical application, we're going to have 100 SBOMs that we need to start tracking and managing. So how do we fix the problem? Well, we're going to aggregate up all those microservice SBOMs, including their vulnerabilities up to the application level. And we're going to pull that together at the logical viewpoint. So this aggregation has to occur to give us that view from the application point of view. So how do we make all this work? First, like a producer of the microservice, and one of those developers is going to give us and create us the base version of the microservice in Ortelius. This base version is going to give us the starting point to start tracking the SBOMs and the relationships. One of our future enhancements is when the developer registers their new service, that will integrate with Backstage or Cookie Cutter to go ahead and generate the back-end pipeline plumbing to have everything all ready to go on the pipeline side. Also, we'll be adding tags to domains to help searching for microservices a bit easier. And then the consumer, who's going to be, the front end developer, is going to need to say which versions of the microservices that they want to start consuming. And this is where we build the relationships between the producer and the consumer. And in this case, we're pulling in about a dozen microservices into our logical view of our application. Now we do this once. Again, this is at the base version, and this gives us the starting point. And from there on, it's going to be self-maintaining. As the CI process comes along, we update a service. We know where the previous one was used, and therefore we can generate new logical application versions going forward. So it's really nice because it's you define it once and forget about it, and it just keeps going, collecting the data that we need to aggregate forward. So if we look at it from kind of like a tabular view, like I said, every time we do our build of our Docker image for our service, we're going to get a new version, and then in turn we're going to get a new version of our application. It may seem like overkill, but every single version of a microservice and the corresponding application version has the potential going to production. So even though most of them will probably only make it to a certain point in your pipeline process, it gives you the choice of which ones to want to be a release candidate, and therefore which ones are going to make it out to production. We need to keep track of all that information so we have a history and a timeline of what's happening with your application as changes are being made to it. So when we look at it from the pipeline automation point of view, the microservice developer is going to go ahead and make changes to their service. They're going to kick off their Docker build. After the Docker build, we're going to bring in Ortelius to grab information. We'll actually run a SBOM scanning tool, something like SIFT. That will give us the SBOM for that service. From there, we can drive the CVEs and vulnerabilities. Also, we're going to grab information about the artifact itself, things like the Docker tag, Docker SHA, Docker digest, the GitHub version, the Git commit, server's catalog information. All that is gathered by the Ortelius step in the pipeline. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and update Ortelius and tell Ortelius about all that information, and it will go ahead and give us a new logical view of our application at that point. So we'll create a new version of the component and subsequently create a new logical version of the application. And this gives us the ability to aggregate, again, the SBOM up, look at the versioning of your application as it's happening over time, do difference reports, do trend analysis, those type of things at the application level. And that's the important thing. We're doing this for every single service, and therefore we get this nice complete picture at the application level. So what does it look like when we start looking at the data from the application point of view? You can see here on the left table panel, we got our vulnerability list. And in that vulnerability list, you can see which component the vulnerability is showing up. So if the same vulnerability is in multiple microservices, we'll report that, or if it's only in one, we'll be able to show that as well. But here you're able to see from the application point of view, where do all your vulnerabilities exist across all your services that your application is using. And then on the right, we have our SBOM. And here we're listing all the packages that are being consumed across all the services and what licenses those packages are using. You know, that the licensing is concerned. Maybe you have a GNU license in there, and the lawyers say you can't use anything from GNU. This will allow you to find that information at the application point of view. So again, this is where we want to aggregate together everything so it's actually useful. Hundreds of SBOMs floating around, you know, at the container level is just not manageable to be able to go ahead and interrogate and investigate them. That's why we have to roll them up to the application level. And that's what Ortelius does. And it does it right out of the box without any special changes to your pipeline at that level. And with that, I just want to say thank you. And if you have any questions, please reach out to me on Twitter or on LinkedIn. And if you want to get involved or want to get some more information about Ortelius, go out to the Ortelius.io website, and you'll see the link there, how to join the project, and hopefully you'll come aboard. Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you later.
Hello, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I hope you can. It looks like my mic is working. Thank you, and I applaud all of you who did such a great job of our presentations. I can't tell you how thankful Steve and I are for the efforts that this team has put in to Ortelius and building out this Visionary Summit. Lots of great content, and we'll be pushing this out on social media, so watch for it and share it with your friends. Thank you again, and it's a wrap. We will do this again in 6 months. That gives everybody an opportunity to get as much content out there as possible. If you've never presented before, consider presenting next in December, probably around December 8th at our next Visionary Summit. Have a great summer, everyone, and let's get some great coding done over the course of the next 4 months. We got lots to do. Thank you. Bye-bye.